Chapter 736. Gu Nianji silently digested Hu Xiaoheng's words and slowly pieced the whole thing together. When I went missing in Germany, Gu Yanran told others that I wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Gu Nianji seemed to be talking to herself. Hu Xiaoheng nodded. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Under what circumstances did she make such a remark? And then, what did she want to achieve? Gu Nianji's meticulous brain started working again as she asked a series of questions like she was debating in court. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her with a smile on his face and said quietly, "I'm not sure what she wanted to achieve at the moment. At the time, my father happened to tell her that you went missing in Germany and that we were going to rescue you with the highest standards. She then said that you had a good life and that although you weren't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter, Gu Xiangwen loved you as much as he loved her." He calmly told her about the incident, and sure enough, he caught a glimpse of a moment of shock on Gu Nianji's face, as well as a faint sense of disappointment in her eyes. Hu Xiaoheng sighed in his heart and couldn't help but reach out to touch her head. "What are you thinking about? You have me." Gu Nianji lowered her eyes and pursed her lips tightly. Her plump, curvy lips were almost a thin line, revealing only a hint of pink. She was silent for a moment before saying, "You call this having a good life? What a weird way of thinking. She really thinks I'm her sister. Shouldn't she be worried about my safety when she found out that I went missing in Germany and even the country's security department came to rescue me?" But her first reaction was to say that I had a good life. Then did she say that she didn't mean it and that she didn't know you guys didn't know I was the Gu's adopted daughter? Hu Xiaoheng laughed and looked at her with approval. "Yes, you guessed correctly." Gu Nianji was depressed for a while before shrugging and murmuring, "That's good. I didn't know how to get along with that father and daughter anyway, so this is good too." If they were really blood relatives, she would have to think of ways to force herself not to be too distant with them. Because they might be her only family. Now that she knew she wasn't related to the father and daughter, she couldn't help but relax. "Then where are my biological parents?" Gu Nianji muttered to herself. She blew on the car window and used her finger to unconsciously draw thin lines on it. Hu Xiaoheng's heart thumped. This was probably the first time he had heard Gu Nianji mention her biological parents. Because Gu Nianji didn't have any memories from before she was 12 years old, she grew up with Hu Xiaoheng and the others. It was as if she had been with them since she was born, and her biological parents had no place in her daily life. Now, she finally wanted to know where her biological parents were. Hu Xiaoheng drove in silence as he recalled Gu Nianji calling him "dad" and "uncle" when she was unconscious. She had said that her father was Gu Xiangwen, so who was her uncle? If Gu Xiangwen was her adoptive father, then in her memories, there was only her experience as an adoptive daughter. Was she adopted by the Gu family when she was very young? Hu Xiaoheng felt the fog in front of him rise again. Some things that he thought he had investigated clearly pointed in an unexpected direction. Also, they had tested Gu Nianji and Xie Qingying's DNA and confirmed that they were related. As far as Hu Xiaoheng knew, Xie Qingying's mother was Gu Tian, the daughter of the Gu family. Apparently, she was Gu Xiangwen's younger sister. This was the biggest doubt in Hu Xiaoheng's mind when he found out that Gu Nianji and Gu Xiangwen's DNA didn't match. Either Gu Tian wasn't the Gu family's biological daughter, or this Gu Xiangwen wasn't the real Gu Xiangwen. But if Gu Tian wasn't the Gu family's biological daughter, then why was her daughter related to Gu Nianji? Could it be that the two adoptive daughters of the Gu family were related by blood? How could it be so coincidental? This string of doubts echoed in Hu Xiaoheng's mind and gradually pointed in one direction. They should first investigate the authenticity of this Gu Xiangwen. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were both thinking about their own matters. They didn't speak again on the way to school. It was already noon when they arrived at Gu Nianji's dormitory. Hu Xiaoheng parked the car and got out. "You haven't had lunch yet. Let's go eat together." Not only had Gu Nianji skipped lunch, but she hadn't even had breakfast. She had overslept in the morning and had been so busy cleaning up after waking up that she hadn't had time to eat breakfast. After experiencing 2 scares from Hua Xiaoheng and Chen Lai, her stomach was rumbling now. It would have been better if Hua Xiaoheng hadn't mentioned it, but as soon as he mentioned food, her stomach growled. "I'm really hungry." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Should we go to a Cantonese restaurant or a Hubei restaurant?" Both restaurants were nearby university, so it was more convenient. Gu Nianji shook her head. She looked a little dispirited. "I'll just grab something in the cafeteria. We'll be going to Chi-Chi's house soon." Gu Nianji suddenly remembered that she hadn't bought Ma Chi-Chi's parents a present yet. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to know what she was thinking. "Then let's go have lunch first, then go to the supermarket nearby to buy some presents for Ma Chi-Chi's parents." Gu Nianji forced a smile. "It's okay. I'll go back to the dormitory to put my things down, then go to the cafeteria to eat. I'll go to the supermarket outside the school to buy some presents. You can go do your things. Don't worry about me." Hua Xiaoheng stared at her for a while and sensed her faint resistance. He didn't insist. "Okay, then go. Call me when you're there." Gu Nianji clutched the cloth bag in her hand and refused. "That's not a good idea. I'm at someone else's house." "Okay, up to you." Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone to look at it. "I'm going back." He turned around and got into the car. He didn't look like he was reluctant to leave. The car quickly started and sped away. Before long, it disappeared from Gu Nianji's sight. Gu Nianji couldn't tell what she was feeling. She turned around to look at the tall graduate dormitory. When she left in the morning, she was still an unmarried young girl. When she returned, she was a married woman. Although Hua Xiaoheng said that if she still wasn't willing after 3 years, he would erase all traces of her information. However, that could only fool others, not herself. She knew that she had been married before. Also, when she left, she thought that her identity had been revealed. When she returned, she realized that she was still a mess. Shaking her head, Gu Nianji walked to the dormitory's elevator. Opening the dormitory door, Gu Nianji looked up to see Ma Chi-Chi talking to a man in the room. The man heard the door open and turned to look. His shimmering, sultry eyes flashed with a smile. It was He Ji-Chu. "Nianji, where did you go?" Ma Chi-Chi smiled and waved at her. "Did you have lunch?" "Professor, he said he wanted to eat at my place with us." Gu Nianji was speechless. "What's wrong?" "Nianji, you don't welcome me." He Ji-Chu stood up and smiled at her. Gu Nianji wore a bright red cashmere dress. The loose, tulip sleeves made her look even more charming. However, her face was a bit pale. "Oh, no. As long as Chi-Chi doesn't mind, I have no objections. I'm a guest too." Gu Nianji smiled slightly and suppressed the waves of emotions that were rolling in her heart. "Of course I don't mind. It's my family's honor to be able to invite Professor He to my place for lunch." Ma Chi-Chi said happily. She walked over to pat Gu Nianji's shoulder. "Did you have lunch?" Gu Nianji shook her head. "I was just about to go to the cafeteria." "What about you?" "I just ate." Ma Chi-Chi turned to ask He Ji-Chu. "Professor He, did you have lunch?" He Ji-Chu glanced at Gu Nianji and shook his head. "I didn't have time to eat. I'll go to the cafeteria with Nianji." "Chi-Chi, you have to tell your parents that there will be an extra person coming." "No problem. I'll make the call right now." Ma Chi-Chi smiled and waved at them before returning to her room to make the call. Gu Nianji put down her cloth bag and purse. She only took out her keys and meal card. She asked He Ji-Chu, "Professor He, you really didn't have lunch?" "Of course not. I came to have lunch with you anyway. Hijichu walked beside her. I know you're going to Chi-Chi's place for dinner tonight, so can you have lunch with me? After he arrived and chatted with Ma Chi-Chi for a while, Ma Chi-Chi took the initiative to invite him and Gu Nianji to her place as guests. Hijichu went with the flow and agreed. Gu Nianji had been seeing Hijichu every day for a week after she came back. If it wasn't for classes, it was to discuss the teaching assistant and assistant job. Sometimes, they would have lunch together. Therefore, Gu Nianji only agreed to Hijichu's suggestion and went downstairs with him. They walked to the cafeteria and ordered 2 lunches. They carried their trays to an empty corner on the second floor and sat down. Hijichu ate halfway and said he had to go out for a while. He told Gu Nianji to eat alone. Gu Nianji didn't mind and waved at him to help himself. Unexpectedly, Hijichu returned after a while with a cake box in his hand. He placed it in front of her and smiled. Nianji, happy birthday. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at the pink cake box and the little princess-like person on it. She nodded at Hijichu. Thank you, Professor He. No matter what, this was her first birthday cake of the day. Gu Nianji opened the cake box and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was only a palm-sized cake. This cake looks delicious. Gu Nianji picked up the spoon and scooped a bite to put it in her mouth. The silky and fragrant taste instantly filled her mouth. It was indeed delicious. Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed as she enjoyed the delicious food. Her gloomy mood gradually improved. I found someone to order it. The recipe is exclusive. Hijichu moved the cake box away with a half-smile. He looked at Gu Nianji's satisfied expression and said, looks like you still like this kind of cake. There was a hidden meaning in his words again. Gu Nianji didn't want to ask Hijichu about herself in the past. Or rather, she wouldn't believe him even if he told her. However, after what happened in Germany, her trust in Hijichu increased to another level. She glanced at Hijichu and wiped her mouth with a tissue. Leaning back in her chair, she looked at Hijichu quietly and said, Professor He, you knew a long time ago that I wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter, didn't you? This is the second update. Monthly votes of 4,900 plus updates. Today is the 4th update. That includes 2 monthly votes plus updates. Today is Monday, so don't forget your recommendation tickets. 3rd update at 7 p.m. Monthly votes of 5,400 plus updates at 11 p.m. Double monthly votes are continuing. Don't stop, dear. P.S. Thank you to Sister Ting 1010 for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 737. Hijichu was speechless. Is that so? Gu Nianji asked with a hint of urgency in her eyes. But legally, you are the real daughter of the Gu family. I don't think there's any dispute about that. As for whether you're biological or not, is it really that important? Hijichu also wiped his mouth with a tissue. His movements were elegant and proper, like a true aristocrat. Gu Nianji sighed. It's very important to me. Why? Hijichu stared at her, seemingly confused. How did you know? In his impression, not many people knew about this, and these people should not have told Gu Nianji for various reasons. Gu Yanran said it herself. Gu Nianji's expression was a bit blank. Her impression of this cheap sister was getting worse and worse. Gu Yanran. Hijichu seemed very surprised. Are you sure? She really said it herself. Hijichu had originally thought that Gu Yanran would never have the guts to say this, but he had underestimated her. These women were really digging their own graves when they went crazy and ignored everything. Hijichu pursed his lips, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. I didn't hear it myself, but the person who heard it is very reliable. I choose to believe him. Gu Nianji didn't say who it was because this matter involved Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanqin. I see. He Jichu frowned, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashing coldly. If you don't like hearing this, I can ask Gu Yanran to swallow what she said. That's not necessary. Gu Nianji spread her palms, her expression helpless and melancholy. How do I say this? Everyone says that giving birth is not as important as raising. But I don't have any memories from before I was 12, so I really don't have that kind of affection for the Gu family, Gu Xiangwen, and Gu Yanran. And I originally thought that I was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter, and Gu Yanran was an adopted daughter. But it turned out to be the opposite. I'm an adopted daughter, and she's the biological daughter. Do you know how embarrassed I am? That's okay. You don't have to treat them as family. He Jichu finally understood Gu Nianji's concerns. He sighed in relief and said nonchalantly, I'm just giving you someone to rely on. Ha! Gu Nianji froze. What do you mean? He Jichu realized he had made a slip of the tongue. He picked up the glass of juice beside him and took a sip. He covered it up and said, You are indeed a daughter of the Gu family, whether Gu Yanran admits it or not. You don't have to worry about her. I don't care about her, but she cares about me, Gu Nianji said sarcastically. Does she care about you? Yeah, I'm an eyesore. I feel like I'm a thorn in her side. She can't ignore me and can't get rid of me. Ha 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 ha. Gu Nianji knocked on her bowl and laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. He Jichu laughed and shook his head. You're overthinking it. Even if you were a thorn in her side, she wouldn't dare to do anything to you. I'm here, don't be afraid. Gu Nianji's smile faded as she stared at He Jichu. Professor He, you must know about my past. May I ask what you're hiding? After experiencing life and death in Germany and seeing her relationship with Hua Xiaoheng come to an end, Gu Nianji suddenly had a strong desire to uncover her past. Perhaps it was because she no longer saw Hua Xiaoheng as her only support. Gu Nianji wanted to be independent, so she needed to have her complete self. This complete self included the present, the future, and her past. The present was in her hands, and the future was in her efforts. Only the past existed in the black hole of her memory. How could she uncover her past? Gu Nianji knew that she had to find her roots in order to truly feel at ease. Otherwise, she would always feel empty. She didn't know who she was, where she came from, or where she was going. This feeling of not having roots and no memories was terrible. He Jichu's posture was still elegant and the expression on his face didn't change. However, when he looked down, a complicated emotion flashed across his eyes. His hand holding the chopsticks was a bit stiff. Gu Nianji didn't see He Jichu's momentary wariness. She held a glass of freshly squeezed mango juice and persistently asked, Professor He, today is my birthday. Can't you tell me about the past you know? You'll believe me if I tell you now. He Jichu quickly composed himself, and a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. Would you believe me if I told you that you were engaged to me the moment you were born? Pfft. Gu Nianji had just taken a sip of mango juice and immediately spat it out when she heard that. If He Jichu hadn't dodged quickly, his light-colored suit would have been sprayed with yellow juice. Huh, you don't believe me, right? He Jichu smiled faintly and shook his head. So why ask? I said you're a daughter of the Gu family, so you're a daughter of the Gu family. Why do you care if you're adopted or biological? Of course, if you really care about whether you're Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter or not, you can find the answer yourself. I'll provide you with any assistance you need. He Jichu clasped his hands together and rested them on his chin. His shimmering, sultry eyes focused on Gu Nianji. Not a trace of emotion was left in them. Gu Nianji quickly wiped the small dining table with a tissue and complained, Professor He, you don't usually joke around, but this time it's an international joke. I can't take it. Just treat it as a joke. Therefore, the things that others tell you, whether they are true or false, you still have to verify them yourself. Just like I taught you before, as a lawyer, you have to defend your client to the best of your ability, but never take what the client or witness say as the whole truth. The complete truth only exists in rigorous logical reasoning. Don't think that just because many things in life are inconceivable, they don't have logic. In fact, they all have extremely rigorous internal logic. It's just that most people don't see the internal logic and only see the absurd appearance. He Ji-chu helped Gu Nianji clear the table as he spoke. Gu Nianji nodded and said sincerely, I understand, Professor He. I'll investigate this myself. Even if I'm adopted, I have to find out where they adopted me and who my biological parents are. He Ji-chu's hand trembled imperceptibly when he heard that, but he quickly recovered and smiled. Okay. But if that's the case, can you still graduate in 4 months? Investigating the truth of one's parentage was a huge project to begin with. If you added 5 more courses and a master's thesis, even Gu Nianji wouldn't be able to complete it. She frowned and thought about it, then quickly brightened up and smiled. Thank you for your advice, Professor He. I was being stubborn. My most important task now is to finish my studies, graduate early, and find a full-time job. It won't be too late to investigate my parentage when I can settle down. That's right. He Ji-chu squeezed her hand with satisfaction. Nianji, I'm looking forward to the day you graduate early. He would only be able to pursue her openly after she graduated. They were still teacher and student at the moment. Although He Ji-chu didn't care about other people's opinions, Gu Nianji couldn't. He Ji-chu wouldn't give anyone a chance to tarnish Gu Nianji's reputation. He would rather wait until the day he could officially pursue Gu Nianji. Besides, he had already waited for so many years. A few more months didn't matter. After lunch, they left the cafeteria together and walked to the warehouse supermarket outside the school. He Ji-chu remembered Gu Nianji's attitude from before and asked casually, how are things between you and Hua Xiaoheng? Gu Nianji was speechless. She hesitated before saying, we broke up, but I don't plan on finding a boyfriend for the next 3 years. I want to work hard in my career. He Ji-chu looked at her meaningfully. It's good to have a career, but are you sure you won't find a boyfriend for the next 3 years? Yeah, I don't want to, and I hope people won't harass me, Gu Nianji said solemnly. That was indeed what she was prepared for. Her marriage with Hua Xiaoheng couldn't be made public, but she didn't want people to think she was still with Hua Xiaoheng. Therefore, they had to break up in front of others. Of course, she didn't want He Ji-chu to misunderstand, so she simply said she wouldn't find a boyfriend for the next 3 years. After 3 years, when her marriage with Hua Xiaoheng was dissolved, she would only be 22 years old. It wouldn't be too late to seriously consider her marriage then. And after 3 years, she would also be 3 years older and definitely more mature than she was now. It was the 3rd watch. It was the 4th watch today. It included 2 monthly votes and more updates. Today was Monday, so don't forget the recommendation votes. There was a 4th watch at 11 p.m., and the monthly votes were 5,400 plus updates. The double monthly votes were still going on. Don't stop, dear. Chapter 738. Gu Nianji instantly remembered Hua Xiaoheng saying she didn't have the maturity of an adult. Gu Nianji's eyes dimmed as she reminded herself that her studies were the most important thing right now. She couldn't afford to be distracted. After making up her mind, Gu Nianji turned to talk to He Ji-chu about her graduation thesis. The two of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at a large warehouse supermarket outside the school. Gu Nianji bought a set of health supplements for middle-aged and elderly people and a set of Lancome skincare products. She had someone wrap them up and planned to give them to Ma Qiqi's parents as gifts. He Ji-chu helped her carry the health supplements while Gu Nianji hugged the Lancome gift box. They chatted and laughed as they walked back to school. When the two of them returned to Gu Nianji's dorm, Ma Chi-chi greeted them with a smile. I called my parents, and they're very welcoming of Professor He. He also said, why don't we go there earlier? We can go to my house to play. My house is in the suburbs, and it's very big. It even has a backyard. Gu Nianji looked at He Ji-chu and smiled. Professor He, are you free? If you don't have time now, Chi-chi and I will be leaving first. He Ji-chu nodded slightly. I have time. Let's go together. That's great. Professor He, are you driving? Let's have a ride. Ma Chi-chi quickly returned to her room to grab her backpack and sent her address to He Ji-chu's phone. Gu Nianji also looked at He Ji-chu and said, thank you, Professor He. Don't mention it. He Ji-chu's shimmering sultry eyes flashed. I'll go get the car. You guys wait. I'll call you when we get there. He Ji-chu quickly drove his Bentley to Gu Nianji's dorm. Gu Nianji and Ma Chi-chi were already waiting at the door. The two of them chatted happily as they got into He Ji-chu's car. He Ji-chu sat alone in the driver's seat in the front while Gu Nianji and Ma Chi-chi sat in the back. Ma Chi-chi looked around excitedly and asked He Ji-chu, Professor He, don't you have a really cool Maserati? Gu Nianji, He Ji-chu didn't mind and replied dryly, yes, but that's a sports car. It can only seat 2 people. There were 3 of them now. Of course, this spacious Bentley was more suitable. Gu Nianji noticed that the Bentley was also silver in color. Of course, it wasn't an SUV. He Ji-chu entered Ma Chi-chi's address into the car's GPS, turned on the navigation, and drove out of the school. At that moment, a plane from France slowly landed in Terminal T3 of the Huaxia Imperial Capital International Airport. In the first-class cabin of the plane, Hu Jialan, dressed in the latest Chanel autumn travel suit, approached Hu Xuanong and whispered, Grandfather, we've arrived. Hu Xuanong opened his eyes. We're here. So fast. I only slept once. Yes, just arrived. This plane is not bad. It's very stable. As Hu Jialan spoke, she put on her Chanel double C bag and grabbed Hu Xuanong's cane. You can use this. Hu Xuanong nodded. Through the porthole of the plane, he saw the familiar late autumn scenery of the imperial capital outside the window. His expression was a little unpleasant. A few months ago, he was stripped of his rank of general and forced to retire because of what happened to the head nurse. For a moment, he felt ashamed and hurried abroad to avoid the limelight. He hadn't had a good time in the past few months abroad. The Xies had a lot of complaints about him because of his wife, Xie Zian. However, they were all civilized people and wouldn't slight him just because of the discord between him and his deceased wife. Of course, they didn't treat him very well either. Hu Xuanong had been a senior official for most of his life. One could imagine how depressed he was when he suddenly fell from the highest position. In the past few months, his hair had gone from gray to completely white. He looked more than 10 years older. Grandfather, let's get off the plane. Hu Jialan considerately held Hu Xuanong's arm and walked out of the cabin with him. However, when he thought about the Prime Minister's inauguration that night, Hu Xuanong felt that he had regained some of his dignity. After all, the Prime Minister's wife had personally invited him. He felt that he would be regaining some of the dignity he had lost. The new Prime Minister's wife, Kai Song-yin, was indeed a smooth talker and was very good at reading people's expressions. She flattered both Hu Guanqin and Hu Xuanong very well. When Hu Xuanong received Kai Song-yin's call from the Huaxia Empire, along with the express delivery invitation and plane ticket, he instantly straightened his back from bending down in the Sieyès manner in France. Hu Jialan was also secretly happy. She had lived in the Sieyès manor in France for a few months and had truly witnessed what it meant to be an aristocratic family. The Xia's wealth was currently unmatched by any other family in the Xia Empire. It was a pity that such a family had migrated abroad a long time ago. However, although Liang Yuan was nice, it wasn't a place to stay for long. Hua Jialan had wanted to return to the Xia Empire a long time ago, but just like Hua Xuanong, her reputation was almost ruined because of her mother's lawsuit. She could barely survive in the Hua family, so she followed Hua Xuanong abroad to avoid the limelight. She was able to come back this time because Kai Songyin had promised to help Hua Jialan find a creative director position in the media she was familiar with. Therefore, Hua Jialan often spoke well of the Tans in front of Hua Xuanong and helped Kai Songyin. The grandmother and granddaughter got off the plane and went through customs before going to collect their luggage. They had practically brought nothing when they left the country, but when they returned, they had 4 large suitcases full of things. Most of it was luxury goods that Hua Jialan had bought in France, and a small portion was Hua Xuanong's daily necessities. The two of them stood in the airport lobby where luggage was collected and looked around for a long time, but didn't see Hua Xiaoheng. "Grandfather, didn't eldest cousin say he was coming to pick us up?" Hua Jialan was especially nervous and kept asking if Hua Xiaoheng was coming to pick them up. Hua Xuanong was getting impatient and waved his hand. "Your second uncle said he was coming to pick us up. Would he dare to disobey?" Hua Jialan smiled sheepishly and held Hua Xuanong's arm to look around. After waiting for a long time, Hua Xiaoheng still wasn't there. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people collecting luggage, Hua Jialan could only say to Hua Xuanong, "Grandfather, wait here. I'll go get the luggage." Hua Xuanong nodded. "Hurry up. I'll call your second uncle." Hua Xuanong dialed Hua Guanchen's number and said sternly, "Guanchen, did you tell Xiaoheng?" "Dad, you're back." Hua Guanchen was pleasantly surprised. "Have you arrived at the airport?" "Yes, it's been a while since I got off the plane." Hua Xuanong looked at his watch. "It's already 2:00. Why haven't I seen Xiaoheng yet?" Hua Guanchen's heart skipped a beat. He remembered what Hua Xiaoheng had said and quickly said, "Wait, I'll ask Xiaoheng." He dialed Hua Xiaoheng's number again, but just like last time, his call went straight to voicemail. Hua Guanchen had no choice but to say to the voicemail, "Xiaoheng, your grandfather has already arrived at the airport. Why haven't you picked him up yet?" Hua Xiaoheng had already sent his head orderly, Fan Jian, to pick up grandfather Hua. In the past, when Fan Jian went to the airport to pick people up, he would always wait outside the T3 terminal. However, Hua Xuanong was always used to people picking him up from the airport. Because of this, he had been delayed for a long time. When Hua Xuanong and Hua Jialan pushed 4 suitcases out of the terminal gate, Fan Jian, who had been waiting for a long time, finally saw them and quickly waved at them. "This way. This way." Hua Jialan's eyes were sharp. She turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng's driver, Fan Jian. She immediately smiled like a flower and said to Hua Xuanong, "Grandfather, isn't that cousin's car? Let's go." "Yes, don't run around. Follow me." Hua Xuanong had now become a very caring elder and spoke to Hua Jialan sternly. Hua Jialan obediently moved to the side and waited for Hua Xuanong to get into the car first before she got in. Fan Jian's driving skills were very good and he was also very eloquent. He explained to grandfather Hua. "Hua Xiao suddenly had a fever last night. The fever didn't subside this morning, so he was in a hurry to pick you up. The doctor strongly urged him to rest at home, so he didn't come. However, he specifically told me to pick you up." "Sick? What kind of illness? Is it serious?" Hua Jialan immediately became nervous. She wanted to call Hua Xiaoheng herself. "I'm not sure about that. I heard it's just a fever." Fan Jian's answer was very clever and did not arouse their suspicions. Hua Xuanong even snorted and said, "It's not late or early, but we just had to get sick when we came back." "Humph. Grandfather, you can't say that. There's no choice when it comes to illness. Hua Jilan said and looked at the driver. Fan Jian, the doctor said to rest at home. Doesn't that mean he can't walk around? Did you know that my cousin will be attending the Prime Minister's inauguration tonight? Fan Jian smiled and said, the chief is sick. He can't attend even if he wanted to. He wants to, but he doesn't have the strength. It was the fourth update, and the monthly tickets had arrived at 5,400 plus updates. It was the fourth update today. That included 2 monthly tickets plus updates. Today was Monday, so don't forget the recommendation tickets. The double monthly tickets were continuing. Don't stop, dear. Chapter 739. Elder cousin isn't going today. As Hua Jialan spoke, she glanced at Grandfather Hua. Grandfather, should we visit eldest cousin brother? Fan Jian's heart quivered when he heard this. He wondered if he had gone too far with his words and caused the opposite effect. He coughed and said, the chief ordered me to take you back to the military compound. Please understand, Miss Hua, I have to obey orders. Obeying orders was a soldier's duty. Grandfather Hua thought for a moment and nodded. Then take us back first. I'll call Xiaoheng to ask after we get back. Even Grandfather Hua had said so. Hua Jialan had no choice but to be sent back to the Hua Manor. Hua Guanchen greeted them at the door. Seeing Grandfather Hua get out of the car, Hua Guanchen greeted him happily. Father, you're back. Yes. Grandfather Hua looked around proudly with his walking stick. It was 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The military compound was quiet with no one coming or going. Evergreen trees lined both sides of the tree-lined path. The leaves rustled when the breeze blew. Although it couldn't compare to the Xie Manor in France, it was the scene Grandfather Hua and Hua Jialan were most familiar with. After living here for so many years, the scenery had become sentimental. It wasn't just beautiful scenery. Hua Guanchen held Grandfather Hua's arm as they walked into the Hua Manor. Fan Jian quickly drove back to the Special Operations Forces base to report to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng looked up from his desk and glanced at Fan Jian. Yes, I know. You did well. There's nothing else today. You can go rest. It was Sunday and Fan Jian was supposed to have the day off. He breathed a sigh of relief and told Hua Xiaoheng about the situation outside before saluting and leaving Hua Xiaoheng's office. Hua Xiaoheng worked on his computer for a while before looking at his watch. It was almost 4:30. He was about to call his mother when the landline rang. He picked up the phone and asked, "What is it?" It was the operator on the other end. "Mr. Hua, your grandfather is calling to ask about your health." Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to answer Grandfather Hua's call. He replied dryly, "I still have a fever. I'll call back when I'm better." "Yes, Chief." The operator knew what was going on and said tactfully to Grandfather Hua, who was waiting to speak to Hua Xiaoheng, "Grandfather Hua, the chief is still ill and can't answer the phone for the time being. When the bureau chief recovers, he will give you a call." Grandfather Hua was so angry that he almost threw the phone on the floor. However, he couldn't vent his anger on the operator, so he could only suppress his anger and say in a low, muffled voice, "All right, let him rest well. When he's better, let him come home and we'll have a family reunion." "Yes, Grandfather Hua." After Grandfather Hua hung up, the operator relayed his words to Hua Xiaoheng's voicemail. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng didn't pick up because he was calling his mother. "Are you going to the Prime Minister's inauguration today?" Song Jining was talking to Hua Xiaoheng through her Bluetooth headset. She was still typing on the keyboard and looking at the simulation experiment data analysis on the computer. She said, "I'm going. I'm one of the leaders of the subject. The Minister of Education is coming with us." Hua Xiaoheng knew that his mother didn't like to show her face in public and had always avoided such occasions. He didn't expect her to attend today. He thought for a moment and said, "If you're busy, you don't have to go. That should be fine, right?" "Why not? It's a big problem." Song Jining couldn't help but rub her temples. She had almost lost 16 years of her life. When she woke up after 16 years, she realized that everything was very different from before. 16 years ago, when her father was the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, the funding for the institute was directly allocated by the state. They only needed to do research and didn't need to worry about themselves. Now, the funding for the Institute of High Energy Physics was stuck in the hands of the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Finance. If they needed funding, they had to submit a report and apply for it. Whether they could get it or not depended on their relationships. Song Jining wasn't used to it in the beginning, but she had always been a top student. She learned everything very quickly, including interpersonal relationships. She wasn't very good at interpersonal relationships in the past because it wasn't necessary, so she didn't spend her energy on it. Now, it was a practical need. After suffering twice, she learned to apply for funding. Now, she could submit a report and apply for funding. However, Prime Minister Do, whom she had just gotten to know a few months ago, had already stepped down. Now, the new Prime Minister, Tan Dongbang, was in power, so she still had to show her face. Having a good relationship with the new Prime Minister's cabinet would be very beneficial for the institute. Hua Xiaoheng quietly listened to Song Jining talk about the difficulties she had encountered in the past few months and how she had overcome them. She had gone from being the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, which everyone looked up to out of nowhere. Now, she was the director of the institute who had real power and was loyal to all the researchers. The past few months had been thrilling, but also busy and fulfilling. Hua Xiaoheng had also heard about Song Jining's difficulties and had asked a few friends in the cabinet to keep an eye on her, worried that there would be a situation that Song Jining couldn't handle. However, Song Jining was very capable. There hadn't been a situation that she couldn't handle in the past few months. She hadn't even used Hua Xiaoheng's connections. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng only listened to Song Jining's complaints with a smile and didn't interrupt her. "That's why I have to go tonight. Your mother isn't a Frankenstein living in a vacuum." Song Jining beamed as she looked at the simulation experiment data on the computer. She was very excited. "Xiaoheng, let me tell you, the simulation experiments I've done on the computer these past few months have been very successful. After running the simulation a few more times, I'll apply for an official experiment." Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He immediately sat up straight. "Really? Congratulations, then. But if you really want to restart the official experiment, please report to the military. Don't report to the cabinet." "Oh, got it." Song Jining immediately understood what Hua Xiaoheng meant. "I'll be careful to keep it a secret. You must remember not to tell anyone about this." Hua Xiaoheng reminded Song Jining as he turned on his computer to check the surveillance program at the Institute of High Energy Physics. The conversation just now had been completely erased by him. Even the surveillance equipment there didn't leave a trace. Song Jining didn't talk about this anymore. Instead, she asked Hua Xiaoheng, "Xiaoheng, will you be going tonight?" Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and said casually, "I have a fever. I can't go." Song Jining was speechless. "Fever? Then why are you talking so much to me? Go and rest. Remember to drink more hot water and don't stay up late." Song Jining's heart ached when she heard this. She didn't doubt the truth of Hua Xiaoheng's words at all. Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled into a smile. His voice softened. "Yes, I will rest." Then he thought for a moment and asked, "Have you prepared the dress for the Prime Minister's inauguration today?" "Dress?" Song Jining frowned. "I'll just wear a black dress." I have a few. Then she put on the big black-rimmed glasses that covered her face and put her hair in an old-fashioned bun. Finally, she pinned a white magnolia brooch on her lapel. It would make her look at least 10 years older. That was because Song Jinning's appearance was like a bug compared to her real age. Although she was almost 50 years old, she had been ill for 16 years due to the injury she had sustained during the experiment. Those 16 years had been stagnant for her. She looked no different from 16 years ago. Her skin was still smooth and fair, and her features were bright and moving. However, the innocence and shyness in her expression had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by cheerfulness and magnanimity. She was beautiful and dazzling, like a peony in full bloom. However, Song Jinning loved to dress up like an old lady. For someone of her status, the older she looked, the easier it was to gain sympathy and respect from others. It could also avoid unnecessary entanglements and trouble. If Song Jinning didn't want to go, it would be fine. Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't force his mother to do anything. However, Song Jinning wanted to go excitedly and didn't want to be isolated from the real world. Therefore, Hua Xiaoheng changed his mind and wanted his mother to be in the limelight. He truly felt that if a tiger didn't show its might, the Hua family would be treated like a sick cat. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry could order them around. He had endured this ever since he went to the United States and realized he had fallen into a trap. He had to vent it now. "Mom, don't wear that black dress." Hua Xiaoheng called her Mom for the first time. Song Jinning's tears immediately fell. Her son called her Mom. Of course, she would agree to anything her son said. Therefore, when Hua Xiaoheng suggested sending her a dress, Song Jinning immediately said, "Sure, I'm in the lab. Send it here." Hua Xiaoheng agreed and hung up the phone. He went to his room to pack the dress, jewelry, shoes, and matching handbag he had prepared for Song Jinning a while ago into a small suitcase. He carried it to the entrance of the official residence. The dress, jewelry, shoes, and handbag were originally prepared by Hua Xiaoheng for his wedding with Gu Nianji. There were several sets, and one of them was just right for today's occasion. Hua Xiaoheng personally drove a pearlescent blue Bentley with an expert agent from the Special Operations Forces who specialized in doing makeup and styling for field agents in the car. Fan Jian drove Hua Xiaoheng's silver Bentley SUV behind them. The two luxury cars arrived at the Institute of High Energy Physics one after another and stopped in front of Song Jinning's office building. Hua Xiaoheng carried the small suitcase and went upstairs with the expert agent. This was the first update. It was still the fourth update today that included 2 monthly votes plus updates. Reminders, don't forget your recommendation votes. Monthly votes at 1 p.m., 5,900 plus updates, third update at 7 p.m., and monthly votes at 11 p.m., 6,400 plus updates. Double monthly votes are continuing. Don't stop, dear. Chapter 740. Xiaoheng, are you going on a business trip? Song Jinning opened the office door and immediately saw the small suitcase in his hands. Then she saw a handsome and tall young man next to Hua Xiaoheng. He looked at Song Jinning and smiled. Director Song, hello. I'm Major General Hua's subordinate. In this suitcase are the gown and jewelry I prepared for you. Hua Xiaoheng put the suitcase on the floor and introduced her to them. Mother, this is Xiao Ning. She specializes in styling. Then he said to his agent, Xiao Ning, help my mother with a better style. Do your best. Xiao Ning smiled. Don't worry, Hua Xiao. I can achieve whatever effect you want. I was waiting for you to say that. Hua Xiaoheng patted Xiao Ning's shoulder and nodded encouragingly. Song Jinning glanced at them with a smile and carried her suitcase into the inner room to change. Hua Xiaoheng followed her in. There were some things he needed to say. Song Jining entered the house and put down her suitcase. She turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng following her in. What else do you have to say? Song Jining closed the door and looked Hua Xiaoheng up and down. So you don't have a fever? That meant that he didn't intend to go. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and did not explain further. He opened his suitcase to reveal a gown, jewelry, shoes, and handbag. Mom, you'll be the most eye-catching guest at the Prime Minister's inauguration ceremony today. Song Jining frowned slightly as she looked at the evening gown in the suitcase that was as smooth as the moon. What do you mean? Is there a need for me to steal the show on such an occasion? What are you trying to do? For Song Jining, this was a matter of basic etiquette. For example, at someone else's wedding ceremony, deliberately dressing up to be more beautiful than the bride was the main characteristic and practice of a scheming B*TCH. Song Jining would never do such a thing, and she disdained to do it. However, Hua Xiaoheng only said one sentence. Thanks to the Tan and Kai families, your son almost died in the United States. Song Jining felt a buzzing sound in her head, and a surge of blood rose from her chest. Etiquette and rules were all thrown to the back of her mind at this moment. She immediately understood Hua Xiaoheng's intentions today. Why did he lie about having a fever and not attend the Prime Minister's inauguration? Why did they have to send her expensive gowns and jewelry just to dress her up? Tan and Kai, weren't they the main couple at the Prime Minister's inauguration today? She clutched her chest and asked nervously, "What did you say? Are you serious? You taught me that it's impolite not to reciprocate. They schemed and schemed to weave such a big net to trap me. Of course I have to return it." Hua Xiaoheng's tone was very normal, as if he was talking about a trivial matter, but Song Jining's eyes instantly reddened. "Xiaoheng, what do you want me to do?" "I'll listen to you." Her voice trembled as she reached out to hold Hua Xiaoheng's arm. However, she dropped it weakly halfway. His son was almost 30 years old and was no longer the little boy he used to be. "Mom, don't be sad. I told you, they're not the only ones who can weave webs. I can too." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was slightly cold. "Also, my net is bigger and denser. Once it's tightened, no one will escape." Song Jining looked at Hua Xiaoheng with tears in her eyes. Once again, she felt that she was not a good mother. Hua Xiaoheng had been raised by his grandmother, Xie Xian, ever since he was born. Later, something happened to her during an experiment and his grandmother, Xie Xian, passed away. Hua Xiaoheng had been completely on his own. It was God's blessing that he could grow up to this point. Hua Xiaoheng's lips twitched as he took a tissue from the table and passed it to Song Jining. "Mom, don't be agitated. I'm fine. Go to the Prime Minister's inauguration today. I only hope that you can perform as well as you can." He wouldn't pressure Song Jining. He only hoped that she would stop hiding herself. Gold should shine, and diamonds should be resplendent. Fish eyes should be as quiet as a chicken. Don't pretend to be a pearl and think that everyone is blind and can't see through it. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the room and asked Xiao Ning to go in and style Song Jining. Xiao Ning nodded and walked in with a smile. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a beautiful woman standing in the middle of the room. She was wearing a red mermaid dress. Although she was not wearing any makeup, she was still dazzling. It was as if there was really light shooting out from where she was standing, dazzling people's eyes. Xiao Ning shifted his gaze slightly. He was so shocked by the woman's appearance that his heart almost stopped beating. There was actually such a beautiful woman in the world. Was she really almost 50? With this kind of heaven-defying beauty, Xiao Ning felt that if he dressed her up, he could even make her look like she was in her early 20s, let alone in her early 30s. As he walked closer to take a closer look, Xiao Ning couldn't stop praising her. "Director Song, how do you take care of your skin? Let me test your skin age." When he saw the data on the test paper, Xiao Ning was completely speechless. It turned out that she had good genes and was resistant to aging. The data on the test paper showed that Song Jinning's skin age was only 22 years old. Xiao Ning didn't want to speak anymore. He pursed his lips and used his special skills to style Song Jinning. First, he did her hair, then the makeup on her face. He also had to take care of her skin. Finally, he looked at her facial features. Originally, with Xiao Ning's abilities, it was very normal for him to make makeup that could be described as plastic surgery, but Song Jinning's facial features were impeccable. Xiao Ning studied for a long time and finally only retouched Song Jinning's eyebrows. So other than the usual things like foundation, blush, highlights, and trimming, the biggest change Xiao Ning made to Song Jinning's face was to fix her eyebrows ==. Hua Xiaoheng waited outside for more than an hour before Xiao Ning came out. He said to Hua Xiaoheng excitedly, "Hua Xiao, if Director Song is free in the future, can I come and ask Director Song for advice on the secret technique of maintaining health?" Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. The door behind him opened from the inside and Song Jinning walked out slowly. In that instant, the air in the room seemed to stop flowing. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed and he gave Xiao Ning a thumbs up. "Not bad, Xiao Ning. The effect is better than I expected. Actually, Director Song has a good foundation. I only fixed her eyebrows." Xiao Ning looked at Song Jinning with a dreamy expression. That was the best work of his life. Hua Xiaoheng walked over to Song Jinning and said, "Mom, it's already past 6. I'll have Fan Jian and Xiao Ning stay behind to take you to the National Center for the Performing Arts for the Prime Minister's inauguration. Go in my car." He left the pearlescent blue Bentley for Song Jinning to use as her personal car and drove the silver Bentley Bentayga SUV away from the Institute of High Energy Physics. After Hua Xiaoheng left, Xiao Ning followed him downstairs to find Fan Jian. Seeing him standing in front of the pearlescent blue Bentley in a daze, Xiao Ning walked over and patted his shoulder. "Xiao Fan, what are you spacing out for?" He looked at the Bentley and praised, "This car is really nice." "Is it Hua Xiao's personal car?" "It's all Hua Xiao's own cars." Fan Jian gulped. "I can also drive the Bentley today. Look at you. Don't embarrass Hua Xiao today." Xiao Ning was making a guest appearance as Song Jinning's assistant today and would follow her to the event. Fan Jian was the driver. Hua Xiaoheng drove away from the Institute of High Energy Physics and called Yin Shixiang on the way. "Big Xiong, are you busy tonight?" Yin Shixiang was bored at home alone and almost wanted to go online to play games. He was very happy to receive Hua Xiaoheng's call and asked, "Hua Xiao, what's the fun?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly and his voice was relaxed. "Do you want to go to Chi-Chi's house and have a look?" "Chi-Chi? Ma Chi-Chi?" Yin Shixiang grinned. "This girl is quite interesting." "Why? Does Hua Xiao want to go?" "Nianji is going to Ma Chi-Chi's house for dinner today," Hua Xiaoheng said meaningfully. Yin Shixiang understood instantly. "Understood. I'll go ask Chi-Chi." He hung up and immediately sent a text to Ma Chi-Chi. He asked bluntly, "Chi-Chi, I'm free today. Can I come over to your house for dinner?" At that moment, Ma Chi-Chi, Gu Nianji, and He Zhichu were playing poker in the game room on the second floor of her house. Her phone beeped as a text message came in. Ma Chi-Chi glanced at it and saw it was a text from Yin Shixiang. She quickly took the phone to read it. "Ha! Want to eat?" Ma Chi-Chi smiled and sent a big okay. Yin Shixiang also smiled when he received the message. He asked Ma Chi-Chi for the address and agreed on a time before calling Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, Chi-Chi invited me to dinner." He grinned and deliberately didn't mention Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care at all. "Okay, I have a car. I'll drive you there. He made it sound like Yin Shixiang didn't have a car. Yin Shixiang rolled his eyes at Hu Xiaoheng's words. He knew that every time he failed to trick Hu Xiaoheng, he would only humiliate himself. Hu Xiao, hurry up and come pick me up. Yin Shixiang hung up listlessly. Ma Qiqi's house was in the suburbs of the imperial capital and wasn't far from the Institute of High-Energy Physics. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang arrived at Ma Qiqi's house in half an hour. Brother Xiong, you're here. Ma Qiqi rushed out of the house when she heard the car outside. A silver-gray Bentley SUV was parked on the side of the road in front of her house. Not only did Yin Shixiang get out of the car, but Hu Xiaoheng also got out. This is the second update. The monthly ticket is 5,900 plus updates. It's also the fourth update today that includes 2 monthly tickets plus updates. Don't forget your recommendation tickets, dear ones. The third update at 7 p.m. and the fourth update at 11 p.m. The monthly ticket is 6,400 plus updates. The double monthly tickets are continuing. Don't stop, dear ones. Chapter 741. Hu Xiao. Ma Qiqi was so shocked she couldn't even close her mouth. You. Why are you here? Yin Shixiang smirked and waved his hand in front of Ma Qiqi. Qiqi. Come back. Come back. Your brother Xiong is here. Ma Qiqi grabbed Yin Shixiang's waving hand and couldn't help whispering in his ear, why is Hu Xiao here too? Yin Shixiang didn't mention Hu Xiao at all when he texted. Of course, Yin Shixiang wouldn't ruin his chief's reputation. He coughed and said, when I left, Hu Xiao happened to come out for business, so I got in his car and came over. Oh. Ma Qiqi sighed in relief and patted her chest. So Hu Xiao was going to work. That's good. She had thought that Hu Xiaoheng would leave after dropping Yin Shixiang off. She hadn't expected Hu Xiaoheng to follow Yin Shixiang into her house and casually say, it's done. Ma Qiqi was speechless. Hu Xiaoheng walked into Ma Qiqi's house and casually glanced around the living room but didn't see Gu Nianji. Ma Qiqi caught up to him and said, Nianji and Professor He are here too. Do you want to see them? Hu Xiaoheng's eyes flashed as he looked at Yin Shixiang without a word. Yin Shixiang quickly said, Nianji is here too. What a coincidence. Of course we have to see them. This was too deliberate. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Yin Shixiang with displeasure and said politely to Ma Qiqi, let's meet Mr. and Mrs. Ma first. He wanted to greet Ma Qiqi's parents first since he was a guest at their home. Hu Xiaoheng's politeness scared Ma Qiqi. She nodded blankly and ran to the kitchen to pull out her busy parents. She introduced them. Mom, Dad, this is Brother Xiong, and this is Hu Xiao. They are Nianji's relatives and friends. I'm quite familiar with them. Oh, you are Nianji's relatives and friends. Are you here to pick her up? Have you had dinner? If not, why don't you stay for a meal? Ma Qiqi's parents greeted them warmly. Before Yin Shixiang could think of what to say, Hu Xiaoheng smiled faintly and said, thank you both. We won't stand on ceremony then. As he spoke, he turned to Yin Shixiang and said, Big Xiong, there's a basket of crabs in the trunk of my car. Bring it over to Qiqi. A basket of crabs. Ma Qiqi's eyes almost popped out. Her family ate crabs by the number, but she didn't expect Hu Xiao to eat crabs by the basket. Yin Shixiang made a face at Ma Qiqi's shocked expression and chuckled. He took the car keys and went out to get the crabs. The basket of crabs was obviously bought by Hu Xiaoheng not long ago. They were still alive and kicking, crawling around in the bamboo basket. It was very crowded. Ma Qiqi's father looked at the basket of crabs and was overjoyed. That's great. Steamed crabs with vinegar sauce are delicious. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and smiled. Mr. Ma knows his stuff. You're too kind, Mr. Hua. Ma Qiqi's father was a businessman. His family wasn't considered wealthy, but they were above average. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to afford a villa with a backyard in the suburbs and an apartment on San Juan East Road in the city. It was planned to be Ma Qiqi's dowry. He took the crabs and went to the kitchen with Ma Qiqi's mother to clean up. Their family usually had hourly workers to cook and clean the house, but because Ma Qiqi had solemnly instructed them to have a meal today, the couple decided to personally cook and make a table full of delicious dishes. Ma Qiqi took Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang to the game room on the second floor. He Zhichu and Gu Nianji sat at opposite ends of the chess table and were talking. There was a translucent lotus leaf lamp installed on the roof of the game room. The bright light was filtered and shone down softly. Everything in the room seemed to be filtered. He Zhichu wore a white striped shirt with a light blue collared cashmere sweater. He stared at Gu Nianji, his gaze seemingly glued to her face as his slender fingers shuffled the cards over and over again. Gu Nianji sat with her back to the door and said something. He Zhichu suddenly looked at Gu Nianji and pursed his lips into a smile. His shimmering peach blossom eyes were full of tenderness and sweetness. Hua Xiaoheng clasped his hands behind his back and secretly clenched his fists. However, he restrained himself and didn't say anything. Ma Qiqi walked over with a smile. Nianji, Professor He, Hua Xiao and Brother Xiong are also here for dinner. Gu Nianji turned around and looked at Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang standing at the door with surprise. Brother Xiong, Hua Xiao, why are you here? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Yin Shixiang and immediately said, Big Xiong wants to see Qiqi. Yin Shixiang pursed his lips and was about to retort when he saw Ma Qiqi's bright and pretty face suddenly blush from the corner of his eye. Under the soft light, Yin Shixiang could see the fine hair on Ma Qiqi's white earlobe. It was like a small brush brushing it, causing Yin Shixiang's heart to tremble. He awkwardly swallowed the words he was about to say. He scratched his head and chuckled. He didn't retort, but he didn't say anything either. He moved closer to the table where Gu Nianji and He Zhichu were sitting and asked, What are you playing? Texas Hold''em. Do you want to play? He Zhichu put away his cards and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. Sure, I haven't played in a long time. Hua Xiaoheng sat down next to Gu Nianji and pointed at the seat across from him. Big Xiong, Qiqi, you guys sit too. The good thing about Texas Hold''em was that it didn't have a limit on the number of people. 2 to 12 people could play together. There were 5 of them now, so it was no problem at all. Yin Shixiang quickly sat next to He Zhichu while Ma Qiqi sat at the head of the table as the dealer. The real players were Yin Shixiang, He Zhichu, Gu Nianji, and Hua Xiaoheng. What are we betting on? Yin Shixiang asked excitedly. Gu Nianji glanced at him. In our country, it's illegal to bet on Texas Hold''em. It's considered gambling. Oh. Yin Shixiang wasn't a lawyer and didn't understand the law at all. Wouldn't it be boring if there's no betting? Yes, why not? It's just not gambling. Ma Qiqi smiled as she brought over a small bamboo basket from the other table. It was filled with small pecans. Here, use this as the bet. The loser will peel the pecans for the winner. Isn't that too easy? Yin Shixiang raised his eyebrows. He didn't think much of the bet. Easy. Ma Qiqi raised her long brows. I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't always interrupt. Fine, fine, fine. Go on. The loser will peel the pecans for the winner. We can't use tools like hammers or scissors. Ma Qiqi exchanged a triumphant look with Gu Nianji. We can't use tools. Yin Shixiang laughed. That's interesting. He picked up a pecan and weighed it in his hand before handing it to Gu Nianji. Nianji, if you lose to Brother Xiong, Brother Xiong doesn't need you to peel the pecans. Just write a small program for Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong is looking down on me. Gu Nianji smiled as she pointed at Yin Shixiang. Why don't we double the bet? Yin Shixiang was about to agree right away when he suddenly remembered that the biggest feature of Texas Hold'em was the variety of cards. If the person playing cards had a good memory and was good at math, he would be able to calculate his opponent's cards clearly, and Gu Nianji happened to have a photographic memory. She was a straight-A student who had self-studied the advanced math textbooks for undergraduate students at the age of 13. I wouldn't dare to look down on Miss Gu. Yin Shixiang closed his palms. Let's begin. Ma Qiqi winked at him and began to deal the cards. After 5 rounds, Gu Nianji unexpectedly closed her cards and gave up in the 4th round. Yin Shixiang looked at his cards and considered it for a long time before also giving up. Only He Zhichu and Hu Xiaoheng were left at the table facing off. Call. Hu Xiaoheng put down his cards without batting an eyelid. He Zhichu looked at him for a while before also saying, Call. Both of you, show your cards. As the dealer, Ma Qiqi directed the order on the table. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips slightly and flipped his cards first. The first card was the Ace of Hearts. Gu Nianji didn't even look at the cards in his hand. She only wanted to laugh. He Zhichu's face was expressionless. His shimmering, sultry eyes were completely silent. He sat motionless and only stared at the cards in Hu Xiaoheng's hand. Hu Xiaoheng smiled as he flipped his second card. It was the King of Hearts. Even Yin Shixiang was excited now. No way. Hu Xiao's luck was so good that it defied logic. He Zhichu was still unmoved. He looked at Hu Xiaoheng quietly. Hu Xiaoheng stretched out his slender fingers and flipped the 3rd card on the table. It was the Queen of Hearts. Immediately after, he flipped the 4th card. It was the Jack of Hearts. Just these 4 cards were enough to make them the best royal flush in a royal flush. As long as there was another 10 of hearts, it would be the best card on the table. Still call. Hu Xiaoheng looked at He Zhichu inquiringly. Even Ma Qiqi wasn't sure now. Call. He Zhichu gritted his teeth and flipped his cards. The first card was the King of Spades. The second card was the Queen of Spades. The 3rd card was the Jack of Spades. The 4th card was the 10 of Spades. It was also the origin of a royal straight flush. As long as there was another 9 of Spades, it would be a straight flush. Of course, it was a few levels lower than Hu Xiaoheng's royal straight flush, but it was still very powerful. Both of them only had one last card left in front of them. Hu Xiaoheng was calm and collected. He asked He Zhichu again, Are you calling? He Zhichu's eyes darkened as he looked at Hu Xiaoheng. After a long time, he shook his head. I give up. As he spoke, He Zhichu flipped the last card in his hand. It really was a 9 of Spades. Gu Nianji couldn't help but sigh internally, but her eyes were fixed on Hu Xiaoheng's right hand to prevent him from playing any tricks. Professor, he was still too cautious. Actually, Hu Xiaoheng was tricking him. Gu Nianji had a good memory and knew how to count cards. The cards in her hand were terrible. There was no flush, no straight, and not even a pair, so she gave up. However, she had already calculated that He Zhichu had the only straight flush on the table. Hu Xiaoheng's first 4 cards were very good, but his last card was only the 2 of diamonds. It was nothing when combined with the other 4 cards on his hand. It was as bad as Gu Nianji's hand. Even Yin Shixiang had a pair in his hand. Gu Nianji smiled at He Zhichu and shook her head. Professor He, you're too cautious. Hu Xiao only has a 2 of diamonds left. It's completely incomparable to your straight flush. No way. Hu Xiao, you really only have the 2 of diamonds. Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang cried out at the same time. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji with a smile and flipped the last card in his hand. It was indeed the two of diamonds. He looked at He Zhichu and said meaningfully, Professor He, it was an unfair advantage. Thank you for letting me win. It was the third watch. It was still the fourth watch today. It included 2 monthly votes and additional chapters. A reminder to my friends, don't forget your recommendation votes. There was a 4th watch at 11 p.m., and the monthly votes were 6,400 plus chapters. The double monthly votes were still going on. Don't stop, my friends. P.S. I made some changes. The rules were created with reference to ********* and stud. I might as well use the new term Texas Hold M23333. All rights reserved. The right of interpretation belongs to Han 233333. Chapter 742. He Zhichu's expression suddenly darkened, but it was only for a moment before he recovered his cool demeanor and said slowly, Hu Xiao is indeed an expert at bluffing people. Although I'm not as good as him, I didn't lose. Therefore, he didn't have to embarrass himself by peeling walnuts for Hu Xiaoheng. According to the rules of Red State Poker, forfeiting in the middle of the game was not considered a loss. He was making reasonable use of the rules. This isn't just about bluffing. It involves the advanced theories of psychology, advanced mathematics, logic, and interpersonal relationships. Hu Xiaoheng pushed the cards forward. If I want to, I can play a royal flush. It was just that Gu Nianji had been staring at his hand, so he didn't want to mess around. According to Hu Xiaoheng's usual habits, as long as it was a gamble, he would definitely cheat. When the Special Operations Forces taught their agents how to gamble, they often said that gambling wasn't about cheating 9 times out of 10, but about cheating 10 times out of 10. There were no exceptions. The difference lay in the level of deception. Hu Xiaoheng had taught Gu Nianji these tricks before, including how to play the card of 1,000. Thinking about it, it was really the Wheel of Fortune. Once the disciple was taught, the master would not be able to cheat. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but reveal a happy expression as he thought about it. The corners of Yin Shixiang's mouth twitched as he whispered, Hu Xiao, be reserved, be reserved. It was just a game of deception. Do you have to be so smug? Hu Xiaoheng composed himself and rubbed his chin with one hand. I'm smiling. Do you need a mirror? Yin Shixiang didn't stand on ceremony. Why don't I ask Chi-Chi for her makeup mirror for you? Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him coolly, and Yin Shixiang immediately deflated. He moved closer to Ma Chi-Chi to watch her shuffle the cards. Gu Nianji had already looked away and was no longer staring at Hu Xiaoheng. However, he was sitting next to her, so she couldn't completely ignore his interaction with Yin Shixiang. Gu Nianji smiled and said to He Zhichu, Professor He, you're actually confused because you're too concerned. If I had calmed down and calculated the cards, I wouldn't have been cheated. He Zhichu's face lit up instantly, and the tenderness in his shimmering almond-shaped eyes almost overflowed. He looked at Gu Nianji and smiled as he said slowly, Sure, but I'm not very good at counting cards. Nianji, teach me when you have time. Yes, no problem. I'll tell you about it when we get back to school. Gu Nianji agreed immediately. Hu Xiaoheng's expression darkened. He stood up and said, You guys play. I'm going out for a smoke. Gu Nianji didn't even look at him as she continued to explain to Ma Chi-Chi and He Zhichu how to count the cards. Yin Shixiang was eavesdropping from the side. He was laughing so hard that his intestines were about to fall out. However, he didn't dare to go out and look at Hu Xiaoheng's expression. He could only take the remote control and turn on the TV in the chess room. No matter which channel he switched to, it was actually broadcasting today's Prime Minister's inauguration ceremony. Gu Nianji got up to pour tea and glanced at the TV. She happened to see the various groups of people entering the venue. The entrance of the National Center for the Performing Arts was covered with a large red carpet, winding down from the steps and extending far away. The streetlights on both sides of the sidewalk were as bright as day, illuminating the scene clearly. Next to the entrance of the Grand Theater was a piece of land reserved for the reporters. There were countless reporters there, some carrying video cameras, some holding cameras, and some holding recording pens, constantly asking for information about the guests. There were also some people squatting on the side counting the luxury cars. The crosswalk at the entrance of the National Center for the Performing Arts was blocked with railings, and a line of police officers stood in front to maintain order. On the other side, many ordinary citizens were allowed in to share the joy of the Prime Minister's inauguration and create a celebratory atmosphere. Of course, these onlookers didn't come in randomly. They had all obtained admission tickets through the lottery ceremony on the Prime Minister's office's official website. Then, they were authenticated with their real names and were allowed in after a background check by the Secret Service. These people came from all over the Huaxia Empire. They covered a vast area and were very representative of sharing joy with the people. Gu Nianji poured tea and returned to see the doors of the luxury cars open on the TV. Important people from the Huaxia Empire's military, political, and business sectors stepped out one after another. She actually recognized a few of them. For example, the person who had just gotten out of a bulletproof military vehicle with a red flag was the white-haired General Ji. The silver-haired old man who was walking beside him and whispering to him was Speaker Long. The tall, voluptuous, and beautiful woman walking with the Minister of the Interior, Bai Jianqing, was his daughter, Bai Yueran. She was also the director of the Special Operations Forces Legal Department. Then, she saw the Hua family. Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanchen, was dressed in a military uniform. He was in his 50s but had taken good care of himself. He looked like he was in his early 40s at most. Although he was old, time had treated him well. The accumulation of time had added a mature and steady aura to him. He had the unique toughness of a soldier amidst his elegance. Hua Guanchen and a young woman walked beside a hale and hearty old man. Gu Nianji recognized that the hale and hearty old man was Hua Xiaoheng's grandfather. The young woman was Hua Jialan. It turned out that they had returned from France to attend the Prime Minister's inauguration. Hua Jialan was wearing a Dior couture evening gown. She looked back with a smile on the red carpet. Her eyes were full of confidence and pride. The scene was quite interesting to watch. Gu Nianji simply held her tea and sat on the sofa to watch TV. Nianji, what are you watching? You're not playing anymore. Ma Chichi called out to her from the card table. Gu Nianji replied without turning around, I'm watching the Prime Minister's inauguration today. You guys come watch too. This time, it's like the entertainment industry. It looks more lively than before, but it's a bit low class. That's easy to understand. He Jichu walked over to sit beside her and said dryly, the new Prime Minister's wife has a good relationship with the media. She likes this kind of scene. Gu Nianji nodded. Is it Kai Songyin? She's been on the news feed for the past few days. Actually, Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin's daughter, Tan Guiren, was also on the news feed. Gu Nianji didn't want to mention her name, so she pretended she didn't exist. Our new Prime Minister's wife is quite pretty. Ma Chichi also came over and sat on the carpet in front of the sofa with a teddy bear in her arms. She suddenly pointed at the TV and said, Look, isn't that the new Prime Minister's family? A black Cadillac limousine slowly drove over to the side of the red carpet under everyone's anticipation. Not only were the reporters excited, but the crowd behind the railings on both sides of the road was also in an uproar. The scene became a sea of cell phones. Everyone was holding up their phones to take pictures of the Cadillac limousine. Kai Songyin, Tan Dongbang, and Tan Guiren sat in the car but didn't immediately open the door to leave. Tan Guiren asked Kai Songyin in confusion, Mommy, we're already here. Aren't we getting out? There's no rush. Kai Song-yin also wore a bright red fishtail dress that revealed half of her fair shoulders and arms. Because of the cold weather, she also wrapped a mink scarf around her neck. We'll go out after the helicopter responsible for the live broadcast arrives. That way, the camera angle will be the best. Our daughter will be the center of attention today, so we must have the best appearance. As Kai Song-yin spoke, she adjusted the fox fur shawl around Tan Gyron's neck. Little darling, are you cold? Little darling was Tan Gyron's pet name. No. Tan Gyron thought to herself that the car was so warm, so how could she be cold? After a while, Kai Song-yin looked at her watch and felt it was about time. Just as she was about to open the door to leave, she suddenly noticed a commotion outside the car. This commotion was even louder than when their car appeared in front of the National Center for the Performing Arts. Could someone more important than them have arrived? Kai Song-yin didn't believe it. Tonight was a night that belonged to the three of them. She wanted to see who would be so untactful. Kai Song-yin looked behind the car with a cold expression. Not far from them, a pearlescent blue Bentley Mulsanne slowly drove over. The mysterious pearlescent blue color was as blue as the sea. It was eye-catching the moment it appeared and instantly outshone the standard Cadillac they were sitting in. This was a real luxury car. And looking at the nameplate on the door, it was probably custom-made. Kai Song-yin's expression darkened. Just as she was about to open the door to get out, she saw the door of the Bentley open as well. A woman wearing a red fishtail dress leisurely walked out of the car. She stood on the red carpet just like that. The moon and stars in the sky seemed to be ashamed to compete with her beauty as they quietly snuck into the clouds. Even the bright streetlights dimmed because of the woman's beauty. The noisy entrance of the National Center for the Performing Arts fell silent just like that. Everyone's gazes were attracted by this beautiful woman who seemed to be able to shine. All the cameras were pointed at her, and all the phones and cameras only had her in their sights. After a while, she raised her hand and waved elegantly at everyone. Then she turned to look at the Cadillac that Kai Song-yin and the others were sitting in. She revealed a faint smile. This smile broke the clouds and the moon appeared. The east wind blew through the thousands of flowers and trees. Looking for her in the crowd for thousands of times, they suddenly looked up and saw that the person was right there in the bright lights. Everyone's idea of a beauty was different, but at that moment, almost everyone present was thinking that this was the so-called beauty. Kai Song-yin saw the woman's outfit clearly at that moment, and her entire face darkened. She realized that she was almost wearing the same outfit as the woman. The only difference was that her fishtail dress revealed half of her shoulder and one arm, while the woman was wrapped up tightly. Kai Song-yin looked at her slightly plump and round arm and suddenly felt very uncomfortable. What was even more annoying was that the woman came out first. She came out later, giving the audience the impression that she was imitating someone else. This was the fourth update. It was still the fourth update today, including 2 monthly tickets and updates. Reminding everyone not to forget your recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets of 6,400 plus updates will be delivered. Good night, everyone. P.S. The previous chapter has been edited. If anyone sees Texas Hold'em, don't think I wrote it wrong. Go to the previous chapter and read it again. Chapter 743. She couldn't let her family's most beautiful night be ruined by this woman who came out of nowhere. Kai Song-yin immediately made a decision and called her assistant. She lowered her voice and said, "Go ask the head of the Secret Service who is in charge of security today. How do they do their job? Why are they letting just anyone in? Hurry up and get someone to take the woman who just got out of the Bentley away. You can't let her continue standing there." When Kai Song-yin's assistant received her call, she had just woken up from her shock at Song Jinning's stunning beauty. "Mrs. Tan, you're talking about the beautiful woman who just got out of the Bentley?" She can't be an ordinary person if she can come here in a car like that, right? The assistant stammered. Most importantly, she couldn't bear to be rough with such a beautiful woman. Kai Song-yin also knew that a woman who could sit in a car like that was probably rich, but money couldn't be the only thing that could be put on airs at an event like today. There were so many high-ranking government officials and military generals at the venue. It wasn't the place for a nouveau riche to steal the limelight. In Kai Song-yin's heart, she had already classified Song Jinning's behavior as a nouveau riche who didn't know the severity of the situation. That was because no well-educated woman from an aristocratic family would do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing like stealing the limelight. However, Kai Song-yin had forgotten that for a mother, she wouldn't hesitate to stab Kai Song-yin a few times, much less steal the limelight. Don't worry so much. If you're afraid of offending someone, then ask her to leave with kind words. Otherwise, what would she look like standing here? Can the Prime Minister and I even get out of the car? Kai Song-yin's voice became serious. Don't make excuses. Hurry up and go find him. The assistant's face turned red from Kai Song-yin's yelling. He quickly bowed and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Mrs. Tan, don't worry. I'll handle it right away." He hung up the phone and looked around. He found a few Secret Service security guards and walked over to where Song Jinning was standing. Hu Xiaoheng stood under a maple tree in the backyard of a 3-story villa in the suburbs of the imperial capital. He wore a Bluetooth headset, held a cigarette in his right hand, and held his phone in his left as he watched the live broadcast of the Prime Minister's inauguration. At 4:00, someone is walking toward Director Song. Activate Plan A and let the media come forward. Hu Xiaoheng calmly directed the Prime Minister's inauguration. Although he didn't go there personally, his men were already stationed in every corner of that place. Zhao Liangze was monitoring the Prime Minister's inauguration ceremony from the central control room of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. At the same time, he was relaying all the information from the scene to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng compared the feedback from Zhao Liangze with the feedback from the Prime Minister's inauguration. Only then could he grasp the most timely developments and make the most accurate decisions. When he discovered that Kai Song-yin's assistant had sent a few Secret Service security guards over to Song Jinning's side, Hu Xiaoheng immediately arranged for the next round of operations. Xiao Ning, the stylist he had assigned to Song Jinning, also got out of the car. She was wearing sunglasses and a black suit, looking like a tough bodyguard. As soon as he came out, Kai Song-yin's assistant, who was walking over to take Song Jinning away, stopped in his tracks. He looked at Song Jinning suspiciously and then at the bodyguard beside Song Jinning. His intuition told him that a woman who was so beautiful and could afford such a car and had such a capable bodyguard was definitely not an ordinary woman. Would he really dare to take her away? Just as he was hesitating for a few minutes, a group of media people carrying cameras, microphones, and all kinds of live streaming equipment suddenly rushed over from behind him and ran toward Song Jinning. Song Jinning was a little shocked. She didn't know what those reporters were doing. Xiao Ning was also wearing a Bluetooth headset to receive all kinds of instructions. At that moment, he moved closer to Song Jinning's ear and whispered, "Don't be afraid. This is our arrangement. When the time comes, you just have to answer whatever they ask." Song Jinning breathed a sigh of relief. She maintained her smile and nodded slightly at the reporters who surrounded them. Microphones were extended in front of her one by one as the excited media reporters began interviewing her. "May I ask if you are Director Song Jinning of the Institute of High Energy Physics? May I ask if the Institute of High Energy Physics is going to build the Super Hadron Collider? May I ask if Director Song, I heard that the Large Hadron Collider in Europe can already produce a Higgs singlet. Does that mean that it is theoretically possible to travel through time?" A series of questions were thrown out and broadcast live on TV and the internet at the same time. The attention of the audience and the internet reached a climax when the reporters mentioned the theoretical feasibility of traveling through time. Countless people began to search online for what the Large Hadron Collider was and what the Higgs singlet was. Song Jining was a little surprised, but the reporters' questions were not classified. At least, they had nothing to do with their actual experiments. Therefore, she still smiled and explained to them, the Institute of High Energy Physics has always been committed to theoretical research. The Super Hadron Collider is still in the process of theoretical demonstration, so I can't say for now. As for whether or not the Large Hadron Collider in Europe can already produce a Higgs singlet, I can only say that wishes are beautiful, but reality is cruel. But as scientific researchers, we have to realize the beautiful wishes of everyone from the cruel reality. Song Jining's casual words were highly praised by the reporters. They raced against time and quickly sent out various live press releases to be the first to broadcast on TV and the internet. Even General Ji had noticed the commotion. When the reporters arranged by Hu Xiaoheng passed the microphone to General Ji said at the right time, Director Song's father, Song Haichuan, was our country's first generation of high-energy physicist. He laid a solid foundation for our country's high-energy theoretical physics. 17 years ago, Director Song Haichuan unfortunately died in an experiment. We must always remember the great contributions that scientists have made to our country. I propose that on this great day, everyone observe 3 minutes of silence for those scientists who have sacrificed themselves. General Ji's proposal was unanimously supported by the big shots present. Therefore, the entrance of the National Center for the Performing Arts, which had just been bustling with activity, fell into silence again. The silence this time was different from the silence when everyone was shocked speechless when Song Jining appeared. The silence this time was solemn and dignified. It was a silence that made many people sigh with emotion. Only Kai Song-yin, who was still in the Cadillac, was so angry that her face was contorted. She almost had a heart attack. She clutched her chest and panted in the car. This woman is Mrs. Hu, Song Jining. Why does she look like this? Did she get plastic surgery just for today's inauguration? Also, today is the Prime Minister's inauguration. What does General Ji mean by this? The lively inauguration had turned into a memorial service. Wasn't this purposely provoking her? The new Prime Minister, Tan Dongbang, frowned and thought about it. I can't take it anymore. I have to get out. You and little darling will do as you see fit. Tan Dongbang opened the car door and got out. Unfortunately, everyone was still in silence at this time. No one cheered for him. Tan Dongbang could only quietly mourn with everyone. After a while, the silence ended. Kai Song-yin finally got out of the car with a smile. She stood next to Tan Dongbang, and Tan Guiren followed behind her with a sweet smile. The media reporters and the audience finally noticed that the Prime Minister's family had gotten out of the car. However, they missed the most exciting moment. Now that they saw the family smiling on the red carpet, many people instantly felt awkward. A media reporter carried a camera and rushed in front of the Tans. He said quickly, Prime Minister Tan, Mrs. Tan, you finally came out. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Kai Song-yin almost couldn't keep the smile on her face. Tan Dongbang was a bit more experienced. He smiled elegantly at the camera. Just now, everyone was mourning for the scientists who sacrificed their lives for our country. Although I am the Prime Minister, I can't disturb everyone at this time, so I only came out after everyone finished mourning. We will always remember the scientists who sacrificed their lives for our country. As he spoke, he bowed to Song Jining, who was standing diagonally in front of him. Kai Song-yin looked at Song Jining with a complicated expression. She heard the reporter who had run over first exclaim again, Mrs. Tan, why are you wearing almost the same evening gown as Director Song? Wasn't this the same outfit? Kai Song-yin raised her arm intentionally and said with a smile, no way. Look, my evening gown doesn't have sleeves, but Director Song's evening gown has long sleeves. How can this be the same outfit? Oh, that's true. We didn't notice it just now. It was our oversight. The reporter aimed the camera at Kai Sung-in's chubby arm and took a few shots before carrying the camera to interview someone else. Kai Sung-in tilted her body uncomfortably. Tan Guiren followed behind her with her head lowered deeply. She seemed to be very embarrassed. After the Prime Minister's family got out of the car, the VIPs present began to enter the National Center for the Performing Arts in groups of 2s and 3s. The National Center for the Performing Arts had been renovated, and the stage in the middle was for the Prime Minister to take his oath. The Prime Minister's family of 3 and the Prime Minister's most capable assistant would stand on that stage. There were a few private rooms closest to the stage. One of the private rooms was for the Tans and the Kais. There were also a few members of the Huo family who had their own seats in this private room. The invitation Song Jining received was different from the other people in the Ministry of Education. The invitation she received was with the Huo family, which meant she was in a special private room. She didn't know who was there when she entered until she saw Huo Guanchen standing in front of the large window of the private room. Huo Guanchen almost couldn't take his eyes off her. His gaze was so intense that it was difficult to ignore him. Song Jining frowned and turned to leave the private room. However, before she could walk out the door, she saw Kai Song-in walk in with her daughter, Tan Guiren, who had been with her earlier. "May I ask if you are Mrs. Hua? It's an honor to meet you." Kai Song-in extended her hand to greet Song Jining with a radiant smile. It was as if the discord outside had never happened. This is the first update. A reminder to everyone, don't forget your recommendation tickets. The monthly tickets are 6,900 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third update at 7 p.m. Whether or not there will be a fourth update today depends on the monthly tickets. I don't think it will be that fast. The double monthly tickets are continuing. Don't stop, everyone. Chapter 744. Song Jining looked at Kai Song-in coldly and suppressed her anger. She said dryly, "You've got the wrong person. I'm not Mrs. Hua." With that, she walked around Kai Song-in to leave. Kai Song-in immediately understood and quickly grabbed Song Jining's arm. She smiled apologetically and said, "Director Song, it's my fault. I was really too busy today. There were so many media outlets and so many important people attending this inauguration. I was really too busy. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." Kai Song-in smiled apologetically, but she didn't think much of it. What kind of status did the Huo family have? In front of the Huo family, the Song family was nothing. What's more, Song Jining's father, Song Haichuan, passed away 17 years ago. So what if he was posthumously recognized as a hero? There was no one left in the Song family. Kai Song-in had thought that Song Jining definitely wanted to get back together with Huo Guanchen and wanted to help her. That was why she had addressed her as Mrs. Hua. She didn't expect Song Jining to be so hypocritical. Not only did she deny it, but she also gave her an unpleasant look in front of others. If it wasn't for her daughter's lifelong happiness, Kai Song-in really didn't want to have anything to do with Song Jining. Who would want to stand beside such a vixen? Kai Song-in had hired a professional organization to investigate Huo Xiaohing's family for the sake of her daughter Tan Guiren's marriage. Therefore, she knew that Song Jining's real age was 49 years old and would soon turn 50. She was 2 years older than Kai Song-in. But looking at her now, she looked like an immortal fairy after plastic surgery. She looked even younger than her daughter. Song Jining's waist was so slender and her legs were so long. The curve of her fishtail skirt perfectly accentuated her S-shaped figure. Her skin was as tender as white jade. Even at such a close distance, there were no flaws. Her skin was even more delicate than Tan Guiren's. Kai Song-in had always thought that although she was old, she was still voluptuous and cute. However, standing next to Song Jining, who had undergone plastic surgery, made her look like an old maid. Kai Song-yin truly despised such a vain woman from the bottom of her heart. However, this kind of vain woman had given birth to a good son. For the sake of her daughter, she had no choice but to feign civility. 09 Small say net, although Kai Song-yin was thinking that, she didn't show it at all on her face. She continued to hold Song Jining's hand warmly and said, "Director Song, please be magnanimous and forgive someone like me who doesn't mean what I said." Kai Song-yin was so submissive, but Song Jining was completely unmoved. Song Jining freed her hand from Kai Song-yin's grasp and said calmly, "You're overthinking it." She was about to walk out as she spoke. Kai Song-yin had no choice but to drag her daughter over. "Little darling, this is Director Song. Quickly come and help mommy apologize to Director Song." Tan Guiren kept sneaking glances at Song Jining. From her face, it could be seen that Hu Xiaoheng's handsome features were inherited from her, but Hu Xiaoheng's strong features were inherited from his father, Hu Guanchen. In short, he had the best features of his parents and was blessed by nature. Therefore, she had a very good impression of Song Jining. Without Kai Song-yin saying it a second time, she had already said sweetly, "Hello, Director Song." She then said, "You take good care of yourself. If there's a chance in the future, can I ask you for some tips on taking care of yourself?" As soon as Song Jining saw Tan Guiren, she recalled listening to Fan Jian and Little Ning chatting in the car about how the Special Operations Forces went to New York to rescue Tan Guiren. Although they didn't say who went to rescue her, Song Jining was so smart that she was able to verify what Hu Xiaoheng had said with just a few words. She was able to make up the entire story in her head. Therefore, as soon as she saw Tan Guiren, it was as if she had seen an enemy who wanted her son's life. However, the education she had received since she was young prevented her from speaking ill of Tan Guiren. However, she completely ignored Tan Guiren and didn't even say a polite word. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became awkward. Kai Song-yin gave the people in the private room a look. The relatives of the Tan family and the Kai family who came in earlier all found an excuse to leave. Before they left, they even closed the door of the private room. Only the Huas, Song Jining, Kai Song-yin, and Tan Guiren were left in the private room. Kai Song-yin looked at her watch. There was still half an hour before the Prime Minister's inauguration officially began. It was time for the reception, so it was a good time for everyone to socialize. She wanted to take this opportunity to have a good talk with Song Jining and leave a good impression for her daughter in front of her future mother-in-law. Unfortunately, Song Jining refused to budge. Kai Song-yin could only look at Hu Guanchen, grandfather Hua, and Hu Zhelan in hopes that they could help smooth things over. Hu Zhelan's expression was a bit strange, but she still walked over to Song Jining and said, "Second aunt, you've always been tolerant. You wouldn't make things difficult for Miss Tan, right?" Song Jining looked at Hu Zhelan coldly and looked away. She said bluntly, "I'm not your second aunt. Don't pretend to be close to me. I remember you didn't even save your own mother. Don't pretend to be a good person and help others out." Hu Zhelan's face drained of all color. Her lips trembled and her eyes filled with tears. She covered her face and ran away. Sitting next to Grandfather Hua, she cried silently. Grandfather Hua glanced at her and remembered the cause of Hu Zhelan's mother's death. He also felt a bit disgusted, so he didn't say anything to stop her. He sat alone, drinking tea, and watching the show. Hu Guanchen saw that Song Jining was being ridiculous and walked over to help Tan Guiren out. He said, "Jining, Prime Minister Tan's only daughter, Miss Tan Guiren, is smart, obedient, and very filial." He then said to Kai Song-yin, "Mrs. Tan, you're lucky to have a daughter like her." Kai Song-yin's stiff face finally broke into a smile. She hadn't chosen the wrong person. Hu Guanchen was elegant, humble, and smooth with words. He cared about his reputation in front of others. On the other hand, although Song Jining was so beautiful that she didn't look like a real person, her way of handling things was terrible. She was also so straightforward and offended people. No wonder Huo Guanchen liked her daughter, Tan Guiren. Kai Songyin smiled and returned the compliment. General Hua, you're too kind. Director Song, you take good care of yourself. We're the same age, but look at me and then look at you. No one would believe me if I told them. I really couldn't tell you had such an old son. When I first saw you, I thought you were some popular celebrity. Oh, that's not right. Which popular star has a face like yours? Even plastic surgery can't compare to you. Song Jining ignored the sarcasm in Kai Songyin's words and said with a smile, my son is filial and capable. I don't need to worry about him. Of course I look young. She glanced at Tan Guiren again and said to Kai Songyin without mincing words, your daughter is too stubborn. She harms others and herself and burdens her family and country. No wonder you look older than your actual age. I hope you can discipline your daughter well in the future. Don't just focus on being on the top searches every day. Don't get innocent people killed. Everyone has parents to raise them. There's no such thing as who's nobler or whose life is more valuable. Her words were so harsh that the smile on Kai Songyin's face fell like the mottled cement on a wall. Tan Guiren's expression changed. She was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She forced herself not to cry on the spot. She could tell that Song Jining was talking about her kidnapping in the United States, but she was also a victim in that incident. Hua Xiao's mother probably didn't know yet, so she didn't hate Song Jining. Huo Guanchen felt like he had been slapped in the face. He had just praised Tan Guiren for being obedient and filial, but Song Jining opposed him and said she was too stubborn. Jining, what's wrong with you today? Did you eat medicine? Huo Guanchen said unhappily. You should save her some face and say she's your junior. Miss Tan is so obedient. How is she being stubborn? I'm saving them face, but who's saving my son's life? Huo Guanchen, if you don't even care about your son's life, don't blame me for depriving you of my son's father-son relationship. Song Jining was furious and pointed at Huo Guanchen's nose. You say she's obedient. Her father is running for prime minister, so why didn't she return to the country as required by law? You say this isn't being stubborn. Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't see how this kind of person is obedient and filial. You. Huo Guanchen was furious. He clenched his fists and said angrily, Xiaoheng is a soldier. To protect the country. Protecting our citizens is his responsibility. Even if he dies, it's for the country and its people. Don't smear Xiaoheng's name. I'm smearing Xiaoheng's name. Song Jining couldn't help but sneer. No matter how well-mannered she was still angered by Huo Guanchen. Soldiers are also people. A soldier can't sacrifice his precious life for someone who wants to die. If many innocent people were to be hurt, I wouldn't stop my son. But I won't feel it's worth it for my son to die for those people who want to die and whine about nothing. If there's a chance, I'll make these unreasonable people pay for my son's life. Song Jining. You're going too far. Huo Guanchen almost roared. I can go even further for my son. Song Jining retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Tan Guiren finally burst into tears and bowed to Song Jining. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Director Song, it's all my fault. I'm sorry, Kai Songyin's heart ached. She hugged her, patted her, and comforted her like she was a 3-year-old. She said repeatedly, little darling, don't cry. Little darling, don't cry. It's not your fault. Don't feel guilty. Song Jining couldn't stand it anymore and said unhappily, Mrs. Tan, is this how you teach your child? You can't even tell right from wrong. No wonder your daughter is so willful. Kai Song-in couldn't stand it anymore and said mockingly, Director Song, may I ask if you're mistaken? It was your son who saved my daughter. Your son won't admit it. She was still brooding over what Hua Xiaoheng said on the phone that day. Song Jining wasn't moved at all. Her long brows furrowed slightly, and she said with a serious expression, Did I say it was my son who saved her? I was fighting for the justice of the nameless soldiers who sacrificed themselves silently. Also, you guys aren't truly repentant right now. Instead of feeling ashamed, you're proud of it. It's hard to guarantee that you won't harm my son in the future. I'll be blunt today. Don't look for my son for anything in the future. He's a major general of the nation, not your family's private bodyguard. If you guys dare to bother my son with personal matters again, I'll go to the Senate and ask, is the Prime Minister using special privileges considered abusing his power for personal gain? Should the Senate impeach him? Do you believe that I'll immediately propose impeachment proceedings to the Senate and make your husband the first Prime Minister in history to be impeached on his first day in office? This is the second update, and the monthly votes are 6,900 plus updates. Don't forget your recommendation votes, dear ones. The third update at 7 p.m. Whether or not there will be a fourth update today depends on the monthly votes. I don't think it'll be that fast. The double monthly votes are continuing. Don't stop, dear ones. Chapter 745. When the time comes, your husband's name will go down in history. You don't have to thank me too much. I've always been easy to talk to, don't hold grudges, and repay evil with good. Song Jining finished in one breath and felt the resentment in her chest slowly dissipate. Song Jining was scared to think that she, as his mother, didn't know anything when Hua Xiaoheng was in danger. She was obsessed with scientific research, but her love for her son was no less than her love for scientific research. Both were existences that could make her give up her life. Hearing Song Jining say that, Kai Song-in completely gave up on trying to build a good relationship with her. Director Song, it's meaningless to say that. Our family has never troubled your son. Even if something happens in the future, it will definitely be business. Don't worry. Kai Song-in glanced at Huo Guanchen as she spoke. Huo Guanchen nodded slightly at her, indicating that she should stop talking to Song Jining. We still have things to do today, so we won't disturb you. Please help yourselves. Kai Song-in's neck stiffened as she quickly nodded twice and dragged Tan Guiren out. Tan Guiren's eyes were swollen from crying. She kept asking, Mommy, why did Director Song say it was my fault? I didn't mean it. I didn't know those people would kidnap me. If I knew, I would definitely come back on time. Mommy knows. Mommy knows. Our little darling is the best. Don't listen to that Song's nonsense. She's just jealous. All women with sons are like that. Don't take it to heart. Kai Song-in tried her best to comfort Tan Guiren. Tan Guiren gradually stopped crying and wiped her tears with a tissue. She sobbed, Mommy, don't try to persuade me. I know it's my fault. What do I have that Director Song is jealous of? She looks even younger than me. Why are you so stubborn? Kai Song-in spoiled her daughter very much and couldn't bear to say anything harsh to her. To cheer her up, she blurted out, Director Song must be so mean to you because Hua Xiao likes you. Seeing that she's about to lose her son, she's mentally upset. Yes, that's it. Really? Tan Guiren was embarrassed. But Hua Xiao has a girlfriend. Why would he like me? Even if Director Song is angry, wouldn't she be angry at Hua Xiao's girlfriend? Kai Song-in snorted, and her eyes turned cold. She wouldn't let Song Jining's anger go to waste. Sooner or later, she would return the favor. For the sake of her daughter's lifelong happiness, she could tolerate Song Jinning's rudeness, but Hu Xiao's girlfriend, Gu Nianji, was not so lucky. If she was willing to break up with Hu Xiaoheng, she would let her go. If she didn't know what was good for her and had delusions of marrying Hu Xiaoheng, then she would be sorry. Kai Songyin was already full of energy. She wanted to vent all the anger and humiliation she had suffered at Song Jinning's hands on Gu Nianji. She had also investigated Gu Nianji and discovered that she was merely an adopted daughter of the Gu family. Gu Yanran, the biological daughter of the Gu family, had a very subtle attitude toward her younger sister. Kai Songyin planned to win over Gu Yanran first before dealing with Gu Nianji. No matter what, anyone who stood in her daughter's way to happiness was her enemy. Although Song Jinning had said all sorts of nasty things earlier, there was one thing that Kai Songyin deeply agreed with. She would do anything for her child. Alright, don't think too much about it. Mommy will help you settle it. You just have to be good and listen to me. Kai Songyin lovingly caressed Tan Gairen's face. Go to the dressing room over there and find someone to apply some medicine to your eyes. They're so swollen. It won't look good on camera later. Okay, Mommy. Tan Guiren nodded obediently and didn't dare to be willful anymore. She had only been willful once in her entire life, and she almost didn't make it back alive. But she didn't regret it. If she hadn't been willful that time, she wouldn't have met such a good man like Hu Xiaoheng. After Kai Songyin and Tan Guiren left, Song Jinning also wanted to leave. She really didn't want to stay in the same room as Hu Guanqin. To her, divorced people were strangers who didn't interact with each other anymore. Don't pretend to be friends with divorced people. At least not where she was. However, Hu Guanqin stopped her and clenched his fists in frustration. Jinning, don't go. Sit down and let's talk. Song Jinning only repeated 2 words. Move. She didn't say anything unnecessary. Hu Guanqin looked at her in pain and whispered, Jinning, how much longer are you going to be angry? Song Jinning didn't look back and continued walking forward as she said, I'm not angry. As long as you don't mess with my son, I'm not angry at all. What she meant was that if you mess with my son, then you'll be angry at all kinds of things. That's still my son. Hu Guanqin growled in a low voice. Why would I hurt him? Jinning, you're a scientist. You're always in the lab and don't know the ways of the world. I don't know the ways of the world. Song Jinning turned around and looked at Hu Guanqin coldly. Isn't that so? How did you treat Mrs. Tan just now? Do you think you're just trying to win with words? Before Hu Guanqin could finish, Song Jinning interrupted him. She tilted her head up and chuckled. Why don't you think that way? I don't want to use the ways of the world on them. Because they don't deserve it. As she spoke, she extended her index finger and waved it at Hu Guanqin. You don't deserve it either. Song Jinning turned around gracefully, her fishtail skirt drawing a perfect arc in the air. Like the ebbing waves of the ocean, it revealed the hidden treasures at the bottom of the ocean. Hu Guanqin looked at Song Jinning's back and felt that even her back view was so beautiful it made his heart ache. How did he manage to lose such a beautiful woman? Hu Guanqin hugged his head and sat down on the sofa weakly. Song Jinning came out of the private room and looked around. Then, she walked straight to where General Ji and Speaker Long were sitting. Half an hour was almost up. The waiters were cleaning up the wine glasses and arranging the tables and chairs. The inauguration ceremony was about to begin. General Ji, Speaker Long, you guys are having such a lively conversation. I wonder if I can sit here. She pointed to a seat next to Speaker Long. Speaker Long smiled and nodded. Have a seat. There's no one here. General Ji asked Song Jinning with concern, Director Song, where was your seat originally? Song Jinning smiled and shook her head. In the private room with the Hu family. You know that Guanchen and I divorced a long time ago. How could I have the nerve to be in the same room with them, so I came out. Ha! Why did they arrange the seats like that? That's so inconsiderate. I'll help you talk to them if I get the chance in the future. The people in the Prime Minister's office are so careless. General Ji complained and wanted to call Prime Minister Tan Dongbang immediately. Song Jining guessed that the mother and daughter were crying to Tan Dongbang, so she took the initiative and said to Speaker Long, "Speaker Long, I just had an argument with Mrs. Tan. I'm a little worried now. Will she tell Prime Minister Tan pillow talk and find an opportunity to trip us up in the future? Will she purposely cut the institute's funding?" Ha! You would argue with someone. Speaker Long and General Ji laughed together. That's something I have to tell you. Why would you argue with someone? In their impression, Song Jining had only argued with people over scientific data for decades. She had never argued with anyone over anything else. Kai Song-yin wasn't someone from the academic world, so General Ji and Speaker Long couldn't figure out why Song Jining would argue with Kai Song-yin. Song Jining spread her hands and sighed. What else could she argue about? Of course, it was for my son Xiaoheng. They were too disrespectful to him. As a mother, I couldn't stand it, so I said a few words to her and she angrily dragged her daughter away. General Ji and Speaker Long looked at each other and vaguely knew what Kai Song-yin was planning. General Ji narrowed his eyes. He had previously been at odds with Hu Xiaoheng because of Gu Nianji's parentage. It wasn't that he looked down on Gu Nianji being an adopted daughter, but he was angry that Hu Xiaoheng had hidden the truth from him. After Hu Xiaoheng's explanation, he finally understood that he hadn't intentionally hidden the truth from him. Someone was purposely sowing discord. After that, General Ji trusted Hu Xiaoheng even more. Also, he knew that Hu Xiaoheng had even submitted the marriage report and passed the background check. It would be a matter of minutes for him to marry Gu Nianji. Wouldn't it be stupid to interfere at a time like this? Also, if Hu Xiaoheng really abandoned Gu Nianji for the Prime Minister's daughter, General Ji would be very disappointed and wouldn't dare to promote such a person. So General Ji was watching coldly from the sidelines this time and would never get involved. Ever since Speaker Long's matchmaking failed last time, he didn't want to get involved even more. Not to mention that Hu Xiaoheng's biological mother had stepped in this time. Who had the right to speak like his biological mother? Therefore, both of them said, if the Institute of High Energy Physics funding is restricted because of personal matters, you can come to us directly. Speaker Long even said, if Tan Dongbang dares to do this, our impeachment process won't be easy to deal with either. It was the third night watch. Dear friends, don't forget your recommendation votes. It's already 2:00 in the middle of the night here, and the monthly votes are still a little short, so there won't be a fourth night watch today. Dear friends, come back tomorrow for the third night watch. Mwah. The double monthly votes are continuing. Dear friends, don't stop. Chapter 746. Song Jining let out an obvious sigh of relief. She looked at Speaker Long with her starry eyes and said solemnly, Speaker Long, I will remember what you said. If our Institute of High Energy Physics funding is blocked by someone in the future, I can only ask you for help. Speaker Long nodded repeatedly and agreed immediately. No problem. The matters of the Institute of High Energy Physics are also matters of national importance. Besides, Prime Minister Tan isn't someone who doesn't know what's important. Song Jining laughed softly. I hope Prime Minister Tan can live up to your expectations and truly have the bearing of a Prime Minister of a great nation. At that moment, Tan Dongbang and Kai Song-yin were in the VIP room of the National Center of Performing Arts, making their final preparations. They were about to step out of the room and onto the stage for the inauguration ceremony. Shaoli, go see how little darling is doing. It's about to start, so tell her to hurry up. Kai Song-yin discreetly sent Tan Dongbang's personal assistant away. Only Tan Dongbang and his wife were left in the VIP room. Kai Song-yin saw that there was no one else around and finally told them about the disagreement she had with Song Jining in the private room. After she finished, she said with a gloomy expression, "What should we do?" It wasn't easy for Nan Nan to take a fancy to someone and we all agreed, but this future mother-in-law is really too terrible. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had been unresolvable since ancient times. Kai Song-yin herself had never encountered this kind of problem because she and Tan Dongbang were childhood friends. Their families were well matched, and the two families knew each other very well. Tan Dongbang's mother had always loved Kai Song-yin. Tan Dongbang's mother had passed away due to illness only a few years after she and Tan Dongbang had been married, so she had never personally experienced the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. However, she had heard many terrifying rumors about it from her close friends. Today, she saw that Song Jining was not only beautiful but also aggressive. Her words were like knives stabbing people's hearts. How could her little sheep-like daughter fight against such a mother-in-law? For a moment, Kai Song-yin almost wanted to persuade Tan Guiren to back out. However, Tan Dongbang listened to Kai Song-yin's recount and muttered, "I've met Director Song a few times because she wants to apply for funding for the Institute of High Energy Physics. She is very familiar with the people from the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education. I've never heard of her being such an unreasonable person." "What do you mean? You think I'm lying?" Kai Song-yin was immediately enraged. She glared at Tan Dongbang and thought about the breathtaking Song Jining she had seen today. Then she looked at how her husband, who had always listened to her, was actually speaking up for Song Jining. She couldn't help but overthink things. "Tan Dongbang, did you see Song Jining's beauty and soften your heart for her?" Kai Song-yin raised her slanted eyebrows and jabbed at him. She must have undergone plastic surgery, and her entire body must have undergone surgery. Otherwise, how could she have such a face and body? Don't forget, she's already in her 50s. She's 2 years older than me. How could you do that? You're making it sound so bad. Am I that kind of person? Tan Dongbang patted Kai Song-yin's shoulder lightly. I'm talking about serious business. What day is it today? Why are you so jealous? It's good that you know. We're husband and wife, and we've worked hard for so many years to get to where we are today. Just like you, I cherish the days we have now. Kai Song-yin hugged Tan Dongbang's waist and leaned her head against his chest. Dongbang, we've been husband and wife for so many years, and we've always been harmonious. We're much better than Song Jining and Hu Guanchen. Today, they were like enemies in the private room, and it was very ugly. Tan Dongbang patted her back. It's good that you know. Don't worry. As long as Song Jining is still the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, she won't dare to go overboard with little darling. How could she not bow her head when she was under someone else's roof? Yeah. Kai Song-yin thought about it and agreed. If Song Jining was a housewife, she really wouldn't know how to deal with her. She couldn't just barge into someone's home and teach them how to live their lives, right? However, Song Jining was the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics. Although it was an academic institution, it was also a subordinate of the Ministry of Education. Nominally, it was also under the jurisdiction of the cabinet, and the head of the cabinet was currently her husband, Tan Dongbang. Wasn't it easy for a boss to make things difficult for their subordinates? Kai Song-yin curled her lips into a smile. The couple hugged each other and stood quietly in the middle of the VIP room, trying to calm their excited emotions. Tan Guiren pushed the door open and entered before they quickly separated. Of course, Tan Guiren was happy to see her parents so loving. Covering her eyes, she turned around and said mischievously, "You guys continue. Continue. Don't mind me." You're such a naughty child. Kai Song-in's pale face was flushed, and she finally felt a little better. She took out her phone and called her assistants in. I don't need to say more about the importance of tonight, right? I believe you guys know what to do. The two assistants were her confidants, so they quickly said, Mrs. Tan, don't worry. We know. After leaving the VIP room, Assistant A winked at Assistant B. What do you think Mrs. Tan means? You still don't know what she means. Assistant B lifted her chin towards where Song Jining was sitting in the hall. That person got herself into trouble today, so of course she has to be erased. 5 minutes later, all the lights in the National Center for the Performing Arts were extinguished, and the four corners of the hall slowly lit up with dots of light that looked like candlelight. Of course, it wasn't real candlelight, but candlelight simulated by LCD lights. Then, a sweet female voice sounded from the first-class echo equipment in the hall and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let us welcome our new Prime Minister, Mr. Tan Dongbang, Mrs. Kai Song-in, and the Prime Minister's only daughter, Miss Tan Guiren, with a round of applause. At that moment, the lights in the National Center for the Performing Arts suddenly lit up again. It was dazzling, and the crystal lights on the roof looked like huge blooming lotus flowers. On the raised platform in the center of the National Center for the Performing Arts, 2 rows of LCD lights lit up instantly, illuminating a long and straight corridor. The corridor was covered with reflective tape, and when it was illuminated by the cold light of the LCD on the side of the corridor, it sparkled like lotus flowers blooming on the corridor. The Tan family of 3 walked out from the end of the corridor and leisurely waved to the guests in the National Center for the Performing Arts, their steps blooming like lotus flowers. The Prime Minister's daughter, Tan Guiren, was dressed like a little princess today. She had shoulder-length black hair, and she wore a small diamond tiara on her head. This was a piece of jewelry that had been passed down from the Kai family's ancestors. Because Kai Song-in's husband, Tan Dongbang, was the most outstanding son-in-law in the Kai family, the diamond tiara was given to Tan Guiren as a congratulatory gift. They were close relatives, and the tiara was given to Tan Guiren under her maternal grandmother's name. Therefore, although the diamond tiara was extremely valuable and almost priceless, it wouldn't be considered a bribe. The reason Tan Dongbang was able to get to where he was today had a lot to do with how much he cherished his reputation. He wasn't interested in women, nor was he greedy for money. He just loved fame and power, and he doted on his daughter very much. He was a perfect father who adhered to the 24 filial piety rules. Therefore, the position of Prime Minister was the most suitable for him. Today was also the day his long-cherished wish and dream of many years had finally been realized. He was extremely excited, and his fair and refined face glowed as he proudly walked up to the raised platform. At the same time, all of the Xia Empire's television stations, social networks, newspapers, magazines, and other media outlets focused their attention on the Prime Minister's inauguration. It was being broadcasted live on television and online. The Water Army on Weibo was already in position, and they began to click, like, and share the photos of the Prime Minister's family at the inauguration. Kai Song-in had 2 assistants who were experts in this area. They were professionals that she had poached from a small website with a high salary. They were the best at creating public opinion online and setting the pace. Of course, they were also good at digging holes, stirring up trouble, and adding drama. They were also good at pretending to be the opposite, pretending to be loyal, and pretending to be a passerby's haters and passerby's fans. This round of the Prime Minister's inauguration was also planned by Kai Song-in a long time ago. It was a great opportunity for her and her daughter, Tan Guiren, to create a public persona. She wanted to create an image of herself as someone from a scholarly family, who was beautiful and successful in her career. Her daughter, Tan Guiren, was from a prestigious family. She was a musical prodigy from a young age, and when she grew up, she was a princess who studied abroad in Europe and America. Furthermore, their family was indeed very good-looking. Although they weren't as beautiful as Song Jining, they were still relatively outstanding among the group of wealthy women. Therefore, when the photos they had carefully selected began to circulate on Weibo, a bunch of water army passerby began to post topics one after another. Hashtag oh my god. The Prime Minister's wife of the age of beauty. Hashtag the Prime Minister's little princess with a soft body, do you want to go on a date? Hashtag Prime Minister Tan is so handsome. Hashtag let's see what it means to have a family that is better looking than you and smarter than you. Hashtag very quickly, these topics spread like wildfire on Weibo. In most of the TV and online broadcasts, Song Jining's footage was quietly erased, and only the Prime Minister's family was highlighted. It couldn't be helped. Song Jining's outfit was too outstanding today, especially since she and the Prime Minister's wife were wearing similar evening attire. When the two of them appeared on TV at the same time, Kai Song-in was immediately outshone. However, for some reason, when the Xia Empire's largest national TV station was broadcasting the Prime Minister's swearing-in, they actually displayed a live comparison photo. On one side was the Prime Minister's wife, Kai Song-in, who was wearing a bright red off-shoulder mermaid dress. On the other side was Song Jining, who was wearing a crabapple red mermaid dress. When they only looked at Kai Song-in, everyone felt that she was indeed a beautiful woman. However, when the two were put together, everyone immediately felt that Kai Song-in's evening gown was too tight, and the flesh on her waist was exposed. Her arms were too thick, and her fair flesh was exposed. It was truly an eyesore in this kind of situation. There was also too much flesh on her face. When she smiled, her face was full of flesh and looked a bit fierce. Although Song Jining didn't show her face much on TV, just a glimpse like that was enough to make people unable to forget it. Kai Song-in's assistant realized that Song Jining's figure actually appeared on the national TV station. Furthermore, it was a comparison to Kai Song-in's appearance. Their faces darkened, and they immediately called the national TV station to tell them to be careful of their image. Therefore, Song Jining was erased from TV once again. Hua Xiaoheng walked into the house with his phone. To him, his mission for the day was considered complete. He didn't really care about what happened next. Things like Weibo data and online publicity were completely insignificant to him. He didn't care about them at all. However, Gu Nianji, who was scrolling through Weibo, noticed it. Her fingers were a bit itchy, so she nudged Ma Chi-Chi and said, "Chi-Chi, should we start something?" This was the first update. Today was the fourth update, a reminder to everyone, don't forget your recommendation tickets. At 1 p.m., the monthly ticket was 7,400 plus updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. At 11 p.m., the fourth update. The monthly ticket was 7,900 plus updates. The double monthly tickets were continuing. Don't stop, everyone. Chapter 747. In the chess room on the second floor of the three-story villa in the outskirts of the imperial capital, Gu Nianji and Ma Chi-Chi were already sitting cross-legged on the carpet. He Zichu and Yin Shixiang watched TV for a while, but they had no interest in the reception at the National Center for the Performing Arts. Instead, they returned to the table to study new ways to play Texas Hold'em. Gu Nianji and Ma Chi-Chi were both scrolling through Weibo without blinking. Causing trouble. What trouble are you trying to cause? Ma Chi-Chi turned to see Gu Nianji's large eyes practically glowing. She smiled as she looked at Gu Nianji's phone. Yeah, Chi-Chi, don't you think the Prime Minister and his wife are posting articles to buy trending searches again? Gu Nianji's fingers slid across her phone thoughtfully as she quickly scrolled through the news on the front page. Of course. Ma Chi-Chi clicked her tongue. This water army is so good that I can't bear to watch. With that stunning beauty in front of her, how can she have the nerve to boast about her beauty? The truth was, Ma Chichi thought Kai Song-yin was still very beautiful before seeing Song Jining in her best clothes. At least among the wives of the high-ranking officials, Kai Song-yin's beauty was definitely top 5. However, after seeing Song Jining on TV, Ma Chichi realized she had never seen the world before. I really don't know where the Prime Minister's wife got her face from. Look at this Weibo hype. Does she really think we're stupid and easily brainwashed? Ma Chichi snorted. This kind of trick would have long been exposed on the B University internet. Gu Nianji scrolled through Weibo and watched TV for a while. She discovered that Song Jining's figure had miraculously become invisible. She couldn't be seen anywhere. Instead, beautiful photos of Kai Song-yin and Tan Guiren were everywhere. Gu Nianji stared at the rising number of likes on Weibo. She looked at the high-resolution photos of Kai Song-yin and Tan Guiren, especially the exquisite jewelry with extremely clear details. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat because she had a camera memory. She quickly searched online. There were almost no secrets in the age of the internet as long as you could find the right direction. Gu Nianji's memory was especially good. She could almost remember everything she had seen online. So when she saw Kai Song-yin and Tan Guiren's outfits, she immediately started thinking. Mrs. Tan's evening gown was worth $260,000. This number looked so familiar. Where is it? It seemed to be the campaign expenditure report that Prime Minister Tan had announced. Mrs. Tan's diamond necklace. Is it real? As for Miss Tan's diamond tiara, she seemed to have seen it in an album about the history of European royal jewelry. Gu Nianji immediately searched the internet according to her memory. The results of the search made Gu Nianji, who had wanted to cause trouble, speechless. So did the family owe her, or owe her? Is he here to repay his debt? Gu Nianji knew that she wasn't a generous person. She could give up on Hua Xiaoheng, but she wouldn't let go of the family that caused her to give up on Hua Xiaoheng so easily. She stretched out her long legs on the carpet and leaned back on the sofa. She smiled and said, "So, let's do something." At that moment, Kai Song-yin's water army on Weibo had already started posting articles praising how expensive her evening gown was and how rare her jewelry was. A custom-made evening dress by Monique Lhuillier. Limited release worldwide this fall. There is only one of this set, and the market price is $260,000. Mrs. Tan paid for it herself and didn't spend a single cent from the country. A dazzling sapphire teardrop pendant diamond necklace. Apparently, it was once owned by the last Queen of India. Now, it appears on the Prime Minister's wife's smooth, round neck. It really is a beauty and jewelry complementing each other. The diamond tiara of the Prime Minister's daughter, Miss Tan, has even more history. Apparently, it's a family heirloom passed down from the ancestors of the Kai family. The last owner was Napoleon's queen, Josephine. These little scientific jokes with the intent of showing off quickly spread on Weibo. Gu Nianji only chuckled when she saw them. She took her time to carefully study the photos of Song Jining that had appeared on her phone that day. These were full-body photos of Song Jining dressed to the nines. They were also one of the few photos that had escaped the net, but they were later deleted by the entire internet. However, before they were deleted, Gu Nianji managed to save them first. Her fingers quickly tapped on the phone screen to cut and enlarge the photos. Then, she edited them into searchable images. She began to do a wide range of image searches and comparisons online. Using this method, she also found out the history of Song Jining's outfit that day. She couldn't help but gasp as she read through the brief descriptions. This was because the analysis proved that Song Jining's outfit today was neither too much nor too little. It just happened to be one level higher than Kai Song-yin's. Also, it just happened to be one level higher than hers, but it wasn't ridiculously high. It was the kind of visible arrogance that said, I want you to F***king look good, so come and tear me apart. Someone is already stirring up trouble. Gu Nianji muttered to herself. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Then I'll give you a hand. Hua Xiaoheng walked in with both hands in his trouser pockets. His eyes lit up when he heard Gu Nianji's words. He sat down on the sofa behind Gu Nianji and leaned forward slightly to poke his head out from behind Gu Nianji. His gaze was deep as he watched her delicate fingers fly across her phone like the wings of a butterfly. He Jichu saw this and also walked over. He sat on the other side behind Gu Nianji and occupied the two ends of the sofa with Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji was completely immersed in the excitement of stirring up trouble. Chi, I'm making a long Weibo post about Director Song. Of course, the main content will be about the First Lady's press release. Then I'll find someone to repost it. Remember to follow the content of the long Weibo post and go to the trending topics about the First Lady. Gu Nianji lowered her head to edit the long Weibo post on her phone. At the same time, she nudged Ma Chichi with her elbow. Ma Chichi couldn't stop smiling. Come on. Let's do something together. Hurry up and post it. I'll go retort. Fighting with people online was Ma Chichi's favorite pastime. For now, there was no other activity. Gu Nianji's long Weibo post was quickly made. She used a secondary account that she didn't use often. After layers of IP camouflage, she finally transferred it back to the Hua Xia Empire from a French library. Ma Chichi looked at it and said in surprise. You're using her outfit to retort. Isn't that a little low? Gu Nianji tilted her head and smiled. It is. People like us think it's low. But if you want to retort, do you want to make the other party angry or yourself angry? Of course I want to make the other party angry. If I'm angry first, what's the point of retort? Ma Chichi waved her hand disapprovingly. Yeah, that's why when we retort, we have to retort in the way that the other party cares about the most. Only then can we retort until her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys explode. Haha. Anyway, even if we think it's low, as long as the other party thinks it's high, then we'll retort. Because at the end of the day, we have to retort until the other party doubts the value of her life and feels like she's better off dead. Gu Nianji raised her right hand and flicked Ma Chichi's forehead. Come on, let's get to work. Soon, Gu Nianji's long Weibo post was made and became a fashion influencer on Weibo. She used a small program to push her content to the front. The fashion influencer who was paying attention to Weibo immediately saw the long Weibo post from Gu Nianji's secondary account. After skimming through it, he immediately reposted it. Needless to say, such a detailed, graphic, and trending long Weibo post would definitely be reposted. Ma Chichi also used her secondary account to follow the influencer. When she saw the fashion influencer repost Gu Nianji's secondary account's long Weibo post, she couldn't help but give Gu Nianji a thumbs up. Then she looked through the posts one by one and smiled as she quoted the content from Gu Nianji's long Weibo post. She retorted under the Water Army's topics that praised Kai Song Yin. My Meng Chi-Chi, come. Take a look. Director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, Ms. Song's custom-made evening gown was also personally made by Monique Louillier. It's a limited edition, and there's only one set. The market price is $520,000, and it was all paid for by Ms. Song herself. My Meng Chi-Chi, but was Mrs. Tan's evening gown really paid for by herself? Why did I see this $260,000 in the expenses of your husband, Prime Minister Tan's campaign finance report? May I ask if Mrs. Tan's evening gown was paid for by Prime Minister Tan's campaign funds? My Meng Chi-Chi, Ms. Song's emerald teardrop diamond brooch was given to the Queen of England when India was still a British colony. It was given to the Queen of England by the King of India and his wife. Later, it was bought by a mysterious buyer at a charity auction. My main Chi-Chi. As for Mrs. Tan's sapphire teardrop diamond necklace, it was indeed once owned by the last Queen of India. However, this necklace is now in the Sieyès family museum in France. May I ask Mrs. Tan, where did you get the exact same diamond necklace? Did you borrow it? Rent it? And you're even trying to find a high-quality imitation of it. My main Chi-Chi, then look at Ms. Song's palm leaf pear diamond tiara. This tiara has a long history and once belonged to Princess Maria Bonaparte of France. It was auctioned off at Sotheby's last century, and it was rumored that it was bought by the Sieyès. Old Madame Sieyès is Ms. Song's mother-in-law, so this clue is clear. My main Chi-Chi, as for Prime Minister Tan's daughter, Miss Tan's diamond tiara, it has another name. It's called Lover's Knot. It once belonged to Queen Mary of the British Empire in the 19th century, not Napoleon's Empress Josephine. Why did I say it once? Because this diamond tiara was stolen from a royal exhibition, and its whereabouts are still unknown. Oh. Wrong, didn't it appear now? This should be the British Embassy in the Xia Empire. Your royal family's jewelry that has been missing for many years has appeared again. This is the second update, and the monthly vote is 7,400 plus updates. Today is the fourth update. Remind my dear friends not to forget your recommendation votes. Next is the third update at 7 p.m., fourth update at 11 p.m., and the monthly vote is 7,900 plus updates. The double monthly votes are continuing. Dear friends, don't stop. Chapter 748. After Ma Chi-Chi reposted these comments under the trending topics of the Water Army, it was immediately discovered and quickly became a trending topic with countless people's likes. The Water Army, who had been proudly posting articles, finally saw that someone was trying to skin their boss and was instantly furious. Delete. Delete it. Delete it from the entire internet. The head of the Water Army ordered. But what kind of person was Gu Nianji? She had prepared a backup plan. As soon as the Water Army deleted it, it immediately triggered Gu Nianji's cloning program. Instantly, thousands of identical comments were cloned from Ma Chi-Chi's secondary account and posted one by one. The head of the Water Army was furious. Subtly criticizing people was clearly their specialty, but now they were being held by the neck as a joke. Continue deleting. Silence. Ban accounts. However, it would have been better if they didn't delete it like crazy. If they did, it would be the same as exposing something and immediately arousing the interest of even more people. Everyone spontaneously began to repost the replies from Ma Chi-Chi's secondary account. Then some people followed the clues and discovered the original Weibo content from Gu Nianji's secondary account. The long Weibo post that had been reposted by a fashion influencer also had a high degree of credibility. Therefore, the entire internet began to repost Gu Nianji's secondary account's long Weibo post. At the same time, related topics began to be pushed by everyone, and the popular replies from Ma Chi-Chi's secondary account almost became a trending topic. When people saw the reply about the financial expenditure in Prime Minister Tan's campaign report, they actually verified it. The result of the investigation was shocking, because that guess was actually true. Therefore, although Mrs. Tan didn't use the country's money for her expensive evening gown, she used campaign funds donated by her supporters. This was a mistake of the same nature as embezzlement. No, not only was it a mistake, but it was also a criminal act. The nature was even worse because it directly offended the voters, and the voters who supported Prime Minister Tan. They were trying to shake his foundation. Therefore, when Prime Minister Tan was making his inauguration speech on television with tears in his eyes, the angry voters had already blown up the television station's hotline and demanded Tan Dongbang to explain what was going on. Kai Song-in's two assistants never dreamed that things would develop to this point. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan and paced around the studio of the National Center for the Performing Arts. No, things are getting out of hand. I have to go back to the office in the Prime Minister's official residence. I need to personally guide them to change the hot topic. After Assistant A hurriedly gave instructions to Assistant B, they left the National Center for the Performing Arts and returned to their office in the Prime Minister's official residence. They began to direct and carry out crisis public relations. Gu Nianji, who had been observing the state of the entire internet, keenly noticed that the winds had changed. Some expert pickers left the scene and stealthily shifted the topic to Song Jining. They even revealed that she had suffered from mental illness for 16 years due to an experimental accident. Of course, not many people knew about it. At first, no one connected this topic with Song Jining. However, Gu Nianji knew what these people were trying to start. Why did they change the topic to Song Jining? Today, they couldn't wait to erase all traces of Song Jining from the internet, not letting her get any attention at all. Why did he suddenly give her so much attention? Something was wrong, something was wrong. Gu Nianji watched intently as the replies that hinted at Song Jining were pushed to the top. More and more people liked it, and it looked like it was about to become a popular reply. You want to fight with me? Can you compare to the Gestapo? Gu Nianji wasn't scared. Instead, she was full of fighting spirit. She didn't even look back and spread her hands. Chi-Chi, lend me your phone for a while. Ma Chi-Chi was holding her phone and fighting with someone. She couldn't hear Gu Nianji at all. Yin Shixiang sat cross-legged next to Ma Chi-Chi. He was also holding his phone and fighting with her with a smile on his face. Ma Chi-Chi didn't respond, but Hu Xiaoheng, who was sitting behind Gu Nianji, took out his phone and placed it in Gu Nianji's palm. He Zhichu glanced at him and also took out his phone. Nianji, what do you want to do? I'll help you. Gu Nianji suddenly turned around and saw He Zhichu and Hu Xiaoheng sitting behind her like two great Buddhas. They were both smiling at her, and she instantly felt uncomfortable. She looked down at the phone in her hand and realized it was Hu Xiaoheng's. She quickly wanted to return it to him. However, Hu Xiaoheng said meaningfully, "Didn't you want to check the IP? It's more convenient to use my phone." His phone had higher permissions, so it was naturally more convenient to enter some systems to check the IP data. This was an indisputable fact. But how did Hu Xiaoheng know she was going to check the IP next? She clearly hadn't made a move yet. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and struggled for a second. Then she thought it through and decided to use Hu Xiaoheng's phone. The phone was off, so she needed Hu Xiaoheng to decode it. However, when she handed the phone back, she accidentally placed her thumb on the home button. The phone flashed and actually unlocked. Gu Nianji, He Zhichu. Your fingerprint is also in my phone. You can turn on my phone at any time, so it'll be easier for you to check. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly and didn't feel embarrassed at all. He Zhichu frowned and looked at Gu Nianji. Check what? Didn't you guys break up? Gu Nianji nodded vigorously and said with some confusion, yes, we broke up. Check what? You broke up, so you can't pursue me again. Hu Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa and said slowly, I'm not your professor, so I'm not restricted by the school's rules and regulations. I can continue to pursue you. The words, I'm not your professor, hurt He Zhichu 10,000 times. His face darkened as he looked at Hu Xiaoheng and said coldly, Nianji is still young. Her main focus should be on her studies. If you really want the best for her, don't harass her. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and stretched his long legs non-committally. He leaned forward to look at Gu Nianji and said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and check it. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and found an IP search app on Hu Xiaoheng's phone. She typed in the fake accounts from the Weibo Water Army. Soon, she found the IPs used by these accounts. As she expected, there were hundreds of these accounts, and they all used 3 IPs. Gu Nianji used her own account to post the results of the investigation under the topic and pointed out, "This is so funny. There are so many fake accounts, but there are only 3 IPs. May I ask if you're sharing the same office or the same router?" Her reply was quickly noticed by passers-by, and the fake accounts were also ridiculed and exposed by the passers-by. There's really such a thing as a fake army. Asking for help. I only need 50 cents for one post. The person above is asking too much. I only need 5 cents. Get lost. The person above is slandering me. I've never seen a fake army before. This post will be posted at 9. Since the Internet Water Army had been exposed, the hidden content posted by the Internet Water Army was naturally suspected by everyone. Gu Nianji used the app to quickly like the replies from Ma Qiqi's account and push them to the top. These questions about the Tans were immediately pushed to the forefront. In an instant, even the major TV stations broadcasting the Prime Minister's inauguration couldn't sit still. Hot news. This was all hot news. After struggling for a while, they opened 2 parallel windows on the TV while they were broadcasting the Prime Minister's inauguration. One window showed Kai Songyin's beautiful photos, and the other window showed Ma Qiqi's long Weibo post. This was the reply Ma Qiqi's account used to attack Kai Songyin's article. As a result, the entire nation, and even the entire world, watching the Xia Empire's Prime Minister's inauguration knew. Prime Minister Tan's campaign funds were misappropriated. Mrs. Tan's high-quality imitation jewelry was patented. Miss Tan was wearing jewelry stolen from the British royal family. The glorious Prime Minister Tan's family, you're in big trouble now. This is the 3rd watch. Today is the 4th watch, dear friends, don't forget your recommendation votes. The 4th watch at 11 p.m., the monthly vote is 7,900 plus watch. The double monthly vote is continuing. Dear friends, don't stop. Chapter 749. At that moment, the Prime Minister's inauguration ceremony had reached its most important stage. In the National Center for the Performing Arts of the Xia Empire, Kai Songyin and Tan Guiren stood on the side of the stage and watched Tan Dongbang's passionate speech. Both of them had tears in their eyes. Tan Dongbang's speech was sincere and full of ambition. He swore to be a good prime minister, a successful prime minister, a prime minister who would leave his name in the history of the Xia Empire. Therefore, he was very excited and emotional. He had fought for 10 years for this day. For this important day, he had even personally written his inauguration speech. Although it wasn't as flowery and high-spirited as his aides, it came from the bottom of his heart. He didn't even need to memorize it because every word flowed smoothly from the bottom of his heart. This kind of speech could also influence many people, especially those who were listening to his speech live. In the past 10 months, he had walked step by step from being the last among the candidates to becoming the one who had the last laugh. Therefore, although the world outside the National Center for the Performing Arts was almost in full bloom, there was still no sign of a storm inside the National Center for the Performing Arts. However, Kai Songyin's subordinates couldn't handle the situation anymore. They had gone overboard with the topic before, and now they were suffering a beautiful backlash. A few alternate accounts that appeared out of nowhere and used a long Weibo post to completely destroy the Sherwin strategy they had prepared for a month. Get me their IP address. We can only find that it's from a library in France. It's obviously fake, but so what if it was fake? You couldn't find anything deeper. And their fake IP could be turned upside down by the other party. Kai Songyin's assistant rubbed her messy hair in a daze. She paced around the office a few times before finally picking up the phone to call Kai Songyin. Kai Songyin also wore a Bluetooth headset just in case. Suddenly, the phone in her headset rang. She was a bit surprised and quietly took the call. "Mrs. Tan, something big has happened." Kai Song-yin couldn't help but shiver when she heard Assistant A's mournful voice over the phone. That ominous feeling welled up in her heart again. It seemed that ever since Song Jining suddenly appeared like a celestial concubine, she had this ominous feeling from time to time. She glanced at Tan Guiren and gave her a look before silently walking backstage. Although Kai Song-yin was also standing on the stage, because Tan Dongbang was the host, all the lights around him were turned off when he was giving his speech. Only the light facing him on the stage was on, so not many people noticed Kai Song-yin quietly leaving in the dark. She went to the VIP room backstage and spoke to Assistant A. "Tell me, what happened?" Assistant A stuttered at first, but when Kai Song-yin yelled at him, he spilled everything out in fear. "Mrs. Tan, someone said that your evening gown was bought with the Prime Minister's campaign funds, that your necklace is an imitation, and that your daughter's diamond tiara is stolen." When Kai Song-yin heard that, the color drained from her ruddy face. Her face was as pale as a ghost. "What did you say? Say that again." Kai Song-yin yelled through gritted teeth. She couldn't care less about etiquette at that moment. Of course, she was alone in the VIP room. Who was she supposed to show her manners to? She didn't need to care at all. Kai Song-yin listened to Assistant A stuttering over the phone and finally sat down on the sofa. She covered her head with her hands. Her body couldn't stop trembling. It seemed like her worst nightmare had come true. But how did those people know? Her husband's campaign finance report was so thick with so many complicated numbers. How did someone find out about this insignificant $260,000? If she had known earlier, she would have changed the numbers on the draft. And her necklace. How could it be an imitation? It was clearly a birthday gift from a businessman. And her daughter's diamond tiara. She had really been tricked by her paternal family. Could it really be stolen? The tiara had been passed down from the ancestors of the Kai family. The ancestors had said that it was to be passed down as a family heirloom and not to be worn out. However, they had only thought that the ancestors were cautious and didn't want to show off their wealth, so they made such a request. Could there really be a reason? Kai Song-yin's face turned purple. Her heart beat violently one moment and then slowly the next. It was like someone was holding her lifeline and could take her life at any moment. She clutched her chest and gasped for air. Finally, she called Assistant B in. "Oxygen. I need oxygen. I can't breathe." Assistant B saw that her face was as white as a ghost and was also shocked. She rushed out to bring her a set of oxygen equipment. This kind of equipment was common for large-scale events. The inauguration of the new Prime Minister was, of course, a large-scale event. Also, the people attending were all rich and powerful. None of them could be neglected. Therefore, many sets of oxygen equipment were prepared. Kai Song-yin lay flat on the sofa with an oxygen mask covering her face. She looked pale as she breathed in oxygen. Her messy mind slowly cleared up. She frowned and thought about how to get past this. Gu Nianji's strategy of digging up the IP was working. Kai Song-yin's Assistant A's attempt at crisis public relations to divert attention also failed. Gu Nianji personally went into battle and used her alternate account to refute the topics of the Water Army one by one. She even called on people to respect scientists and not gossip about researchers online. After all, they weren't entertainment celebrities and didn't like to use the internet to create hype like some people did. Therefore, they didn't have the obligation to entertain the public. The public should also return them a clean space online. This suggestion received the approval of many real people and was quickly reposted millions of times. It completely suppressed the Water Army's posts about Song Jining. But this wasn't enough. Because these topics still existed in the online space. If someone wanted to stir up trouble in the future and brought up these topics again, then it wouldn't be so easy to suppress them again. Gu Nianji didn't stop there. She used Hua Xiaoheng's phone access to check who the 3 IPs used by the Water Army belonged to. In the end, when the name number 32 Willow Hutong appeared on the phone, Gu Nianji almost fainted. Number 32 Willow Hutong was the location of the Prime Minister's official residence in the imperial capital. So Kai Songyin's Water Army was so brazen and directly using the Prime Minister's official residence's IP to hype up the Prime Minister's wife. They really kept the goodies to themselves. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head. Then, she solemnly posted another Weibo post. Inside, she listed the list of Water Army and the 3 IPs. Then, she posted the address, number 32 Willow Hutong, next to the IPs. She wrote, "The whole thing is like a magic show." So the people who posted the beauty of the age were the Prime Minister's wife's own Water Army. Prime Minister Tan, please step forward and delete the slanderous posts posted by the Water Army under your wife's command. We will reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility. As soon as this Weibo post was posted, it immediately went viral on the internet. Everyone had been paying attention to this incident, but they hadn't expected it to dramatically turn back to the Prime Minister's official residence, a location that surprised countless people. Oh my God! I won't be able to look directly at the phrase, beauty of the age, in the future. Oh my God! Every time I see this beauty of the age, I think of white flesh. Can't I just have fun? Prime Minister Tan's family, can you be any lower? So it was Mrs. Tan herself who posted the phrase, beauty of the age. 2333333 Kai Songyin almost instantly became the laughing stock of the internet. Tan Dongbang finally finished his emotional inauguration speech and announced the end of the ceremony. He returned backstage to the VIP room with Tan Guiren, chatting and laughing. As soon as they entered, they saw a few men wearing the prosecutor's office uniform standing in front of his wife, Kai Songyin. They said with serious expressions, "We just received a report that Prime Minister Tan's campaign funds were illegally misappropriated. The amount was huge. Please come back with us immediately to assist in the investigation." Because Kai Songyin was in charge of Tan Dongbang's campaign finance, this had been recorded by the prosecutor's office and the Senate. What happened? Tan Dongbang was dumbfounded as he watched those people take Kai Songyin away. They didn't even allow him to say a word to her. This was the 4th update, and the monthly votes had been delivered at 7,900 plus updates. Today was the 4th update. Dear friends, don't forget about your recommendation votes and monthly votes. The double monthly votes are continuing. Dear friends, don't stop. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 750. Mommy. Where are you taking my mommy? Tan Guiren's tears fell like rain as she threw herself at Kai Songyin. 2 tall men in the prosecutor's uniform blocked her with their arms and said sternly, "The prosecutor's office would like to invite Ms. Kai Songyin for tea. Please do not obstruct official business." "Ha! Tea? It's so late. What tea? Can't we drink it tomorrow?" Tan Guiren widened her large doe eyes and looked at them in confusion. Her nose and the rims of her eyes were red, but her skin was as pale as snow. She had a pitiful look on her face. Tan Dongbang quickly pulled Tan Guiren over and comforted her quietly. "Don't be scared, little darling. Mommy will be back tomorrow." The people from the prosecutor's office looked at each other and extended a hand. Kai Songyin gritted her teeth and followed them out. In the hall of the National Center for the Performing Arts, the lights slowly came on. The Minister of Internal Affairs, Bai Jianqing, stood up and said to his daughter, "Bai Yueran, isn't it time to go? Bai Yueran nodded. Let's go. Both of their expressions were extremely calm. There wasn't a single trace of disappointment from losing the election. At that moment, Bai Jinqing's phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and swiped it open to look. Surprise flashed across his face. What is it, father? Is something wrong? Bai Yueran didn't miss the change in Bai Jinqing's expression and asked with concern. The corners of Bai Jinqing's lips curved imperceptibly. He quickly calmed down and even became a bit serious. He handed the phone to Bai Yueran. Look, something big has happened. Bai Yueran took the phone from Bai Jinqing suspiciously and looked down at the title. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Bai Jinqing. No way. He just took office. Taking shortcuts for quick success won't end well, Bai Jinqing muttered in a low voice. Aside from his daughter, Bai Yueran, no one else heard. Bai Yueran lowered her head and carefully read the message on Bai Jinqing's phone again before returning it to him. She said sincerely, Father, you're still the most broad-minded. You stand high and see far. I've always taught you not to fuss over momentary gains and losses. As long as we have a clear conscience, we'll be able to remain calm regardless of the outcome. Bai Jinqing straightened his clothes. Come, let's go back. Aren't you going to comfort Prime Minister Tan? Bai Yueran's eyes flashed as she looked backstage. I'm not going. Old Tan definitely doesn't want to see anyone right now, much less us. Bai Jinqing said emotionally. He also turned back to look. This matter was handled by your Uncle Gao from the Procuratorate. Go back and call your Uncle Gao and ask about the situation. The head of the Supreme Procuratorate, Gao Kaihui, was an old friend of Bai Jinqing's and was considered a family friend of the Bai family. I understand, father. Bai Yueran was now completely in awe of Bai Jinqing, and her attitude was even more respectful than before. As soon as they walked out of the National Center for the Performing Arts, the people from the Procuratorate escorted Kai Songyin out from the back door and into the car of the Supreme Procuratorate. As soon as the door closed, the carriage was plunged into endless darkness. Kai Songyin could only watch as the light outside the car window moved further and further away from her. She hugged her body and curled up in a corner of the car. Her heart was filled with fear and unease. Gu Yanran was also a guest at the Prime Minister's inauguration that night. To be honest, when she received the invitation from the Prime Minister's wife, Kai Songyin, she was quite flattered. She had originally been racking her brains to get a ticket, but unfortunately, Gu Nianji wasn't there at that time. She also didn't have a strong relationship with the upper echelons of the Hua Xia Empire, so it was difficult to get a ticket. So when Kai Songyin personally came to deliver the invitation, Gu Yanran was extremely excited. She expressed her gratitude to Kai Songyin and donated another $1 million to her husband, Tan Dongbang's campaign fund as a political contribution. Kai Songyin saw that Gu Yanran was so sensible and wanted to rope her in to manipulate Gu Nianji, so she saw Gu Yanran in a new light. At the inauguration that night, Kai Songyin even brought her daughter, Tan Guiren, to introduce them and talk to her for a while. But before this friendship could take root, Kai Songyin got into trouble. After Prime Minister Tan's inauguration, Gu Yanran received a text from Yi Xian. Yanran, look at Weibo. Gu Yanran opened Weibo in confusion. When she saw the headlines and trending searches, she almost couldn't believe her eyes. What was going on? Something had happened to Kai Songyin. Her heart was in a mess. Putting away her phone, she found a staff member and asked, "May I ask where Mrs. Tan is?" She asked me to go find her. The staff member had seen Kai Songyin talking to Gu Yanran before and thought they were close, so she pointed backstage. "She's in the VIP room over there." Gu Yanran grabbed her handbag and walked anxiously to the VIP room. Before she reached the door, she suddenly saw a few men in black uniforms walk out. Kai Song-yin was walking in the middle of them. She didn't have her usual smug self. Instead, her face was ashen. Her eyes were dull, and she had a jacket draped over her arm. Gu Yanran could tell at a glance that Kai Song-yin's hands were handcuffed, even though she had covered them with a jacket. How could they be so fast? Gu Yanran quickly moved to the side to make way for them. Only after they left did she walk to the VIP room backstage. There were Prime Minister Tan's bodyguards, assistants, and secretaries guarding the door. Seeing that someone had arrived, these people said politely, "This is the VIP room. We don't accept guests." Gu Yanran quickly said, "I'm here to see Miss Tan. I just saw Mrs. Tan go out with someone." Seeing that these people weren't moved, Gu Yanran continued, "I'm Gu Yanran. Mrs. Tan has a few words for me to pass to Prime Minister Tan and Miss Tan." "Really? What did Mrs. Tan say?" Prime Minister Tan's secretary asked suspiciously. He wasn't fooled by her. Gu Yanran said confidently, "Please go ask Prime Minister Tan. If he has no objections, I will tell you what Mrs. Tan wants me to pass on." The secretary blushed at Gu Yanran's words. Rubbing his nose, he said, "Wait a moment." He pushed the door open and said to the worried father and daughter inside, "Prime Minister, there's a Miss Gu Yanran outside. She said she just met Mrs. Tan and wanted to pass on a message to you and Miss Tan." Gu Yanran. Tan Dongbang had some impression of the name but wasn't familiar. Tan Guiren remembered and said, "Daddy, Mommy took me to talk to this Miss Gu tonight." She paused and said, "She's Gu Nianji's older sister." Gu Nianji's older sister. "Oh, I remember now." Prime Minister Tan nodded and raised his voice to say, "Let her in." The bodyguards, assistants, and secretaries waiting outside the door all made way for Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran smiled at them and pushed the door open to walk inside. Tan Dongbang and Tan Guiren were the only two people in the VIP room. Tan Dongbang had just turned 50, but he took good care of himself, so he looked like he was in his early 40s. He was tall, handsome, and elegant. He stood next to Tan Guiren and was constantly comforting her. He even wiped her tears. His fatherly appearance made Gu Yanran stare at him for a long time before she finally said, "Mr. Prime Minister, Miss Tan." Tan Dongbang looked up to see an elegant and beautiful woman standing in front of them. Her long, black hair flowed smoothly behind her. She looked inconspicuous at first glance, but with a second glance, she was a delicate beauty that people couldn't look away from. Gu Yanran was wearing a cherry blossom pink Chanel evening gown that night. Her collarbones were exposed, and her breaths rose and fell gently. Tan Dongbang only glanced at her before looking away. "Is that Miss Gu? What message did my wife want you to pass on to us?" Gu Yanran walked to Tan Guiren's side and looked at Tan Dongbang as she handed her phone to him. "Mrs. Tan didn't say anything to me. I was worried about her safety, so I came to see if there was anything I could help with." Tan Dongbang had no idea what had happened to Kai Song-yin. He was in a state of anxiety, so his mood worsened after hearing Gu Yanran's words. However, he didn't say anything out of politeness. He also didn't want to look at Gu Yanran's phone, but as soon as he looked down, he saw the trending searches related to Kai Song-yin. Tan Dongbang's heart skipped a beat as he took Gu Yanran's phone to read. He only read a few trending news articles, but he couldn't hold it in anymore. How could this be? How could this be? What the hell is going on? Daddy, what's going on? Don't scare me. Tan Guiren started crying again. Gu Yanran comforted Tan Guiren and wiped her tears with a handkerchief as she said to Tan Dongbang, "Mr. Prime Minister, the most important thing right now is to get Mrs. Tan back. Do you know anyone in the Procuratorate who can see what we can do?" Tan Dongbang shook his head and sighed. Miss Gu, you don't understand. Song Yin is in the procuratorate right now for tea. We can't go there to look for her right now. If they went to look for her now, they would only give the enemy a handle and would do more harm than good to Kai Song-yin's case. This was something he understood. Gu Yanran didn't know much about the Hua Xia imperial bureaucracy, but she knew about foreign officialdom. It could be summed up in one word: throw money. Mr. Prime Minister, I hit it off with your wife the moment I met her. I really can't bear to see a good person covered in dust and a good person suffering. If you need help, please let me know. No matter if it's money or effort, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you, Gu Yanran said very sincerely and immediately won Tan Dongbang and Tan Gairan's favor. Sister Gu, thank you so much. You're the best. Tan Guiran held on to Gu Yanran's hand with tears in her eyes and refused to let go. Tan Dongbang pulled himself together and planned on going back to discuss their countermeasures with his advisors. He said to Gu Yanran, "Thank you, Miss Gu, for your timely help. We're still in shock from what happened today. I'll treat Miss Gu to tea another day, but I won't keep you today." No problem, I understand. You guys take care and don't be too sad. Gu Yanran patted Tan Gairan's shoulder and turned to leave. In Ma Chichi's villa, Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi held their phones and kept refreshing the news to track the latest developments. So even the procuratorate made a move. How did it happen so quickly? Gu Nianji also didn't expect the long Weibo post would drag down the Prime Minister's wife. Wu Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa behind her. He clenched his fist and rested it on his chin as he calmly explained to Gu Nianji, Tan Dongbang became the Prime Minister as a dark horse, so many people don't like him. No one would let go of such a good opportunity. This is the first update. It's the third update today. Don't forget your recommendation votes, dear ones. The monthly vote will be 8,400 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third update will be at 7 p.m. It's the last 3 days of the month, and the double monthly votes are continuing. Do you still have monthly votes, dear ones? Chapter 751. Yin Shixiang, who was sitting next to Ma Chichi, heard Hu Xiaoheng's words and felt extremely emotional. Hu Xiaoheng, who always gave orders and never explained, was only an exception to Gu Nianji. He was actually explaining to her the complicated interests in the officialdom. Gu Nianji also understood that someone was taking advantage of the situation to mess with the Tan family. Tan Dongbang didn't have long experience in the Ministry of Justice. He had been the Minister of Justice for less than one term before announcing his candidacy for Prime Minister. Compared to Bai Jianqing, who had been the Minister of the Interior for several terms, his luck could be considered exceptional. Everyone knew that Tan Dongbang's election was inextricably linked to his wife, Kai Song-yin, who was especially good at creating publicity online and through the media. Today, Kai Song-yin had fallen because of the media's publicity, so it could be considered Xiaohe's success and failure. Gu Nianji instantly thought through Hu Xiaoheng's words. However, He Jichu glanced at Hu Xiaoheng with displeasure and said coldly, "Nianji doesn't need to get involved in your politics. Mr. Hu, please be careful." He then said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, do you want to be the best lawyer or a politician?" Gu Nianji was speechless. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you want to be the best lawyer. As a lawyer, the most important thing is to have a heart of justice. Without a fair stance, it's difficult to make the right judgment. Without the right judgment, you can't be invincible in court." He Jichu spoke with conviction and looked like a strict teacher who trained brilliant students. Gu Nianji instinctively nodded. "Of course I like being a lawyer more. Especially when fighting in court, it didn't matter if the opponent was the defendant or the plaintiff, the feeling of using wisdom and logic to crush the opponent was amazing." He Jichu's cold expression softened slightly. He placed his hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder and encouraged her, "Then work hard and be the most successful lawyer." Hu Hu Xiaoheng slowly put both hands into his trouser pockets, his dark eyes gleaming under the light. Nianji, no matter what you want to do, be it a lawyer or a politician, as long as it's something you want to do, I will support you. He Zhichu's lips couldn't help twitching. Hu Xiao, you must go against me, right? I'm not that free. Professor He, you think too much. I'm just stating the facts. Hu Xiaoheng bowed slightly. He Zhichu laughed coldly and didn't say anything else. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. She decided to ignore it. Biting her lower lip, she tapped her fingers lightly and sent another message to Tan Dongbang's official Prime Minister's office email, urging them to delete the post. Ma Qiqi looked curiously at He Zhichu and then at Hu Xiaoheng. She seemed to understand something and was about to speak when a large hand suddenly covered her mouth. Who? Ma Qiqi turned her head and glared at him, only to find Yin Shixiang smiling at her. Of course, he was also covering her mouth. Ma Qiqi's anger immediately disappeared without a trace like snow under the sun. Blushing, she looked at Yin Shixiang and gestured for him to take his hand away. Yin Shixiang chuckled and let go. At this time, a cell phone rang in the chess room. Qiqi, it's time to eat. It was Ma Qiqi's mother calling her. Ma Qiqi seemed to snap out of her daze and jumped up from the floor to tug at Gu Nianji. Okay, we can finally eat. Nianji, come, you're the birthday girl today. Everything was prepared for you. We're all your guests. Yin Shixiang folded his hands behind his back and couldn't help but think about the feeling of Ma Qiqi's lips on his palm. This girl looked very carefree and straightforward, but she had a pair of very soft lips. Yin Shixiang suddenly realized that he was a little distracted. Ma Qiqi led the guests from the chess room downstairs to the dining room. Ma Qiqi's dining room had a large round table with a large turntable in the middle. It was similar to a restaurant's dining table. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious dishes personally made by Ma Qiqi's parents. In the middle was a simple clay pot with lotus root and pork ribs stewed in it all afternoon. It was Nianji's must-order every time she went to a Hubei restaurant. Near the clay pot was a plate of spicy shredded pork. The green shredded pepper, coriander, and dried red chili were stir-fried together. The shredded pork was coated in gravy, so it was still tender and white when it came out of the pot. It melted in the mouth. Clockwise from the turntable, there was a plate of pearl dumplings, a plate of coleslaw with pig head meat, a bowl of dark red braised pork with icing, white garlic and vermicelli stuffed oysters, pepper and salt mantis shrimp, and a large bowl of mapo tofu that made people sneeze at the smell. It was definitely made with authentic green pepper. The rest of the dishes were spinach with garlic, vegetables with oyster sauce, braised pork meatballs, dried pot with apricot mushrooms, fried squid rings with small onions, green fish with pickled cabbage and chili, and red braised pork. They were all served in large soup bowls that filled the table. Gu Nianji glanced at them and realized they were all home-cooked dishes. Most of them were her favorites. A warm feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. Ma Qiqi's mother came out after changing and took Gu Nianji's hand. Nianji, come, sit. It's your birthday today. After eating, there's also steamed crabs. Qiqi also prepared a birthday cake for you. Thank you, Auntie. Gu Nianji nodded gratefully. Ma Qiqi's mother pulled Gu Nianji to sit next to her. Ma Qiqi was on her other side, and Ma Qiqi's father was next to her. Hu Xiaoheng sat next to Ma Qiqi's mother and was only one seat away from Gu Nianji. He Zhichu didn't want to sit too close to Hu Xiaoheng, but if he didn't sit next to Hu Xiaoheng, he would be even further away from Gu Nianji. As he hesitated, Hu Xiaoheng had already pulled Yin Shixiang to sit next to him. He Zhichu could only sit between Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi's father. This position happened to be right across from Gu Nianji. He Jichu smiled and nodded to Gu Nianji before sitting down. Here, eat more. Why are you so skinny? You must not eat properly normally, right? Are you picky about food? Ma Qiqi's mother whispered to Gu Nianji, you can't just eat meat. You have to eat vegetables too. She was a very gentle middle-aged woman, and Ma Qiqi's personality was completely different from her mother's. She probably took after her father. Gu Nianji had never been taken care of so carefully by a woman of her age. She felt more and more like someone was pulling a string in her heart. Every time Ma Qiqi's mother spoke to her gently, it tugged at her heartstrings. Okay, thank you, Auntie. I'll eat. Gu Nianji ate everything Ma Qiqi's mother put in her bowl. Even her least favorite dishes, onions and squid, she ate them without hesitation. Although she felt a little nauseous, she didn't refuse because she was too greedy for the gentle feeling Ma Qiqi's mother gave her. In terms of concern, Hu Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangze, and He Jichu were definitely more concerned about her than Auntie Ma, who she had just met. However, Gu Nianji felt that Auntie Ma's concern was different from Hu Xiaoheng's and the others. It was like there was a place in her heart that even she didn't know was missing, but Auntie Ma's concern quietly raised a flag there to let her know that there was something lacking. Later, she realized that this kind of concern was the kind that belonged to a mother. This kind of lack was the lack of maternal love. Watching Gu Nianji gulp down the onions and squid rings, not only did He Jichu and Hu Xiaoheng feel restless, but even Yin Shixiang couldn't take it anymore. He put down his chopstick several times and wanted to say something, but when he saw Gu Nianji's face contorted and she still ate without refusing, he couldn't say anything. He only felt a little sorry for her. This child had always been like this. She wouldn't let go of the moment someone gave her a good thing. Wu Xiaoheng remembered the books on child and adolescent psychology that he had borrowed from Qinlai the past few days. He knew very well that Gu Nianji's symptoms were very serious, a maternal love deficiency. It wasn't that she didn't remember maternal love because she lost her memory. It was that in the depths of her memory, which was her subconscious, there was no place for maternal love at all. In other words, this was a child who had never tasted maternal love since she was young, therefore, she had a strong sense of insecurity. This insecurity was probably rooted in the depths of her memory before she lost her memory. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji quietly. She didn't feel anything and only quietly looked at Ma Qiqi's mother as she ate. Her expression was one of curiosity, obedience, and a slight desire to please. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly felt uncomfortable and stood up. You guys eat slowly. I'll go out and make a call. He quickly walked out, and soon after, He Jichu's phone also rang. He took it out and looked at it before also standing up. I'll go take a call. The two of them walked one after the other to the big tree in the backyard. Hu Xiaoheng held a cigarette in his hand, and it glowed scarlet in the darkness. He Jichu walked over and said dryly, Mr. Hua, is there something you need from me? Hu Xiaoheng took a drag of his cigarette and flicked the ash before finally saying, He Jichu, tell me directly. What do you want for Nianji to find her parents? He Jichu was speechless. He looked away, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashing in the night sky. I don't understand what you're talking about. You schemed and started looking for Nianji 7 years ago. It wasn't until a year ago that you suddenly came to our country from America after hearing news of Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng laid his cards on the table. He Jichu, I believe that you wouldn't harm Nianji. I believe that you came here to find her. But after you found her, why didn't you say anything about bringing her home? What about her parents? Are they still alive? What are you talking about? He Jichu frowned with a confused expression. You saw it just now. You should know what Nianji is yearning for. She's been with us for 7 years, and although she lost her memory, she hasn't mentioned her parents even once. She's a 12-year-old, so even if she lost her memory, she would still know the meaning of her parents. Hua Xiaoheng continued to persuade He Zhichu, hoping he could help Nianji. After a long time, He Zhichu finally said with a cold expression, Gu Xianwen is her father. What's the problem? What's the problem? Hua Xiaoheng threw away the cigarette in his hand and growled, Don't tell me that you don't know that Gu Xianwen isn't her biological father. This was the second update, and the monthly votes were 8,400 plus updates. Today was the third update. A reminder to everyone, don't forget your recommendation votes. It was the third update at 7 p.m. There were only 3 days left until the end of the month, and the double monthly votes were continuing. Do you still have monthly votes? Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 752. He Zhichu snickered and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He walked a few steps under the tree and looked up at the night sky. So that's how it is. You guys only found out now. You gave us this clue and brought Gu Xianwen back under your suggestion. He Zhichu, what are you trying to do? Is it fun to play tricks on people? I have nothing better to do than play tricks on people. What am I trying to do? Mr. Hua, I'm helping you. He Zhichu continued to sneer. Didn't you want Nianji to have an identity that can pass the background check? I let go so that Nianji could be with the person she likes. What about you? What did you do? You've broken her heart. If I had known this would be the result of letting her stay by your side, I would have taken her back immediately and not given you any chance to hurt her. He Zhichu also hardened his stance. You won't have the chance again. I advise you to stay away from Nianji or I won't be polite. Hua Xiaoheng froze. He stood motionless under the tree's shade. The leaves were sparse and the moonlight shone through the treetops. The swaying light reflected on Hua Xiaoheng's body. His face was hidden in the darkness and his expression was silent. His mind was racing but he didn't know where to start. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng said, So you admit that you deliberately gave Nianji a fake identity? Fake identity? He Zhichu frowned. That's the real identity. Nianji is Gu Xiangwen's daughter. I'll say that no matter where I am. But that Gu Xiangwen's DNA doesn't match with Nianji. How do you explain that? Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he stared at He Zhichu in the dark. He didn't miss any expression or movement. He Zhichu shook his head nonchalantly and smiled faintly. Major General Hua, I know the DNA doesn't match. That's why I asked you to find Nianji's dental records and blood samples when she was young. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Since you can use indirect methods to prove Nianji's identity, why don't you use indirect methods to prove Gu Xiangwen's identity? He Zhichu raised his long brows, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes filled with glee. Hua Xiaoheng gradually understood. He Zhichu's words proved 2 points of view. Firstly, there was something wrong with Gu Xiangwen. Secondly, to verify Gu Xiangwen's identity, they had to start with Gu Xiangwen's indirect records, such as his dental records and blood samples before the accident. But where was she going to find dental records and blood samples from before the accident? They had once spent half a year looking for Gu Xiangwen, but to no avail. After Xie Dezhao's reminder, he went to investigate Kevin Ku and found out a little about his academic achievements. In the end, they discovered that this person had hidden himself very well. Other than academic records, they could not find any other traces. Hua Xiaoheng looked at He Zhichu and said bluntly. Why indirectly? Why can't we just do it? Because I can't do it directly, I can only do it indirectly. He Zhichu didn't say anything. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to play tongue twisters with him, so he settled for the next best thing. Then do you know where to find indirect evidence? He Jichu shrugged. I'm sorry, I don't know. I really don't know. His action was very similar to Gu Nianji's. Hua Xiaoheng found it a bit irritating, so he looked away and asked, then how do you know there's something wrong with Gu Xiangwen? It's very simple. Because of Gu Yanran. He Jichu looked at Hua Xiaoheng like he was an idiot. There's such a big living person there, and you can actually ignore it. Major General Hua, you don't have to expose yourself here, do you? Professor He, don't judge others by your own standards. Hua Xiaoheng composed himself and resumed his calm demeanor. Then you mean there's something wrong with Gu Yanran too? I didn't say that. Gu Yanran is also a real daughter of the Gu family. He Jichu spread his hands. But let me remind you, don't expect women to think rationally. If you push them too hard, they'll go crazy and be completely clueless. Hua Xiaoheng said. Professor He is very experienced. I've learned a lot. He Jichu couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. He snorted and returned to the house. Hua Xiaoheng stood under the tree for a while before taking out his phone to text Zhao Liangze. Help me make an appointment with Xie Dezhao. I have something to talk to him about. Xie Dezhao's current wife was Speaker Long's cousin. Speaker Long had tried to matchmake Hua Xiaoheng and Xie Qingying, but of course, it didn't work out. That was already last year. Hua Xiaoheng had learned about Gu Xiangwen's international reputation and status from Xie Dezhao. Xie Dezhao's deceased wife was called Gu Tian. This person was probably Gu Xiangwen's younger sister. According to Xie Dezhao, Gu Tian was Gu Xiangwen's biological sister. Hua Xiaoheng remembered that Gu Tian's daughter, Xie Qingying's DNA, was related to Gu Nianji. This proved that Gu Tian and Gu Nianji were related. If only he had Gu Tian's DNA. Hua Xiaoheng still remembered what Xie Dezhao had said about Gu Tian and Gu Xiangwen last year. So what if he's famous? He's someone who goes back on his word and doesn't even care about his own sister's life. I don't want to talk to him no matter how capable he is. The truth is, I haven't contacted him since my wife passed away. 26 years ago, at my wife's funeral, I beat him up and chased him away. I told him never to come back to my house again. It's useless even if he came. I never let him in. He still came for the first few years after my wife passed away, but I chased him away every time. He stopped coming and only sent birthday gifts to Qingying every year. However, since 6 years ago, he hasn't sent Qingying any birthday presents. 6 years ago, that Xie Dezhao mentioned happened to be the year Gu Xiangwen's plane crashed. What about Gu Xiangwen's wife? Hua Xiaoheng suddenly realized that neither He Jichu nor Xie Dezhao had ever mentioned Gu Xiangwen's wife. Not even once. But Gu Yanran had mentioned it, and they had also found the name Grace Ku on the passenger list of the MH210 plane that crashed. That should be Gu Xiangwen's wife's English name. Hua Xiaoheng fell into deep thought. He thought for a while and decided to clarify Gu Xiangwen's identity first before looking for Gu Xiangwen's wife, who was Gu Nianji's mother. It was also time for Xie Dezhao to recognize this Gu Xiangwen. After sending the text, Hua Xiaoheng returned to the dining room and glanced around to see that Gu Nianji wasn't at her seat. Before he could ask, Yin Shixiang understood the look in his eyes and smiled. Nianji went to the bathroom. She must have gone to throw up. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and quietly went to heat a glass of water to put on Gu Nianji's table. He Jichu had already left the table and walked to the window to look at his phone. Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang were chatting with Ma Qiqi's parents, and the four of them were very friendly. After a while, Gu Nianji came out of the bathroom. Her face was a bit pale, and she must have vomited badly. Hua Xiaoheng watched her walk over and sit on the chair. He picked up the warm water that Hua Xiaoheng had placed on her table and drank it in one gulp. Gu Nianji had almost puked her heart out in the bathroom. The smell of onions and squid lingered in her chest, and she wanted nothing more than to immerse herself inside and out in water to wash away the smell. "You're all done. Come, let's eat some crabs." Machichi's father saw that everyone was almost done eating and went to the kitchen to bring over the steamed crabs. The large crabs weighed at least a catty each. They were tied up with straw ropes and steamed in the steamer until they were bright red. Cutting the ropes and removing the crab shells, they instantly saw the glistening yellow seeds. "This is a full yellow crab. Nyenji, you have good taste." Machichi winked at her and reached out to put one on the plate in front of her. Hijichu walked back and sat down. He placed a crab with a rounded navel in front of him and began smashing it with the crab mallet. Hua Xiaoheng didn't need the crab mallet at all. His hands were more useful than any tool and could completely crush the crab shells with his bare hands. Therefore, the crabs were obedient in his hands. Soon, the plate in front of him was filled with a small mountain of freshly cut crab meat. Then he poured a little vinegar and shredded ginger. It was so fresh that she could forget all the troubles in the world. Gunyenji focused on finishing one crab and was about to eat another when she suddenly realized that the plate in front of her had been taken away and replaced with 2 plates of freshly cut crab meat. 1 plate on the left and 1 plate on the right. Following the hand holding the plate, she first saw Hua Xiaoheng's handsome and solemn profile, then turned to see Hijichu's elegant and warm smile. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Remind everyone not to forget your recommendation votes. It was the last 3 days of the month, and the double monthly votes were continuing. Do you still have monthly votes? Chapter 753. Eat. Don't eat any more after this plate. Crabs are cold, and eating too much isn't good for your body. Hua Xiaoheng pushed his plate of crab meat to Gunyenji without batting an eyelid and pushed Hijichu's plate to the side. Hijichu was speechless. The corners of Gunyenji's mouth twitched as she glanced into the dining room. She got up to get a white porcelain bowl from the long table by the wall. She swept the 2 plates of crab meat into white porcelain bowls, then asked Machichi for a bag of bread slices and salad dressing. She made a few crab meat sandwiches and placed them neatly on small plates. Everyone in the cafeteria had a plate of them. Gunyenji smiled. "I'm offering to Buddha with borrowed flowers. Please don't mind." Hua Xiao and Professor He took the crab meat apart, and the bread and salad dressing are from Chi-Chi's family. I only used my hands. Try it and see how it tastes. Machichi laughed so hard she almost had internal injuries. She smiled and took the crab sandwich from Gunyenji's hands. She took a bite and found it surprisingly delicious. The freshness of the crab meat and the consistency of the salad dressing blended together. Then it was wrapped in whole wheat bread. Her mouth was filled with the fragrance of food, and she couldn't stop eating. After finishing the crab sandwich, Massachusetts Chi-Chi giggled like a monkey on her mother's body and said cheekily, "Mom, didn't you say you wanted to lose weight? I'll make this crab sandwich for you." As she spoke, she snatched the crab sandwich from her mother's hands without giving her a chance to refute. "You child, why do I remember that you were the one who kept saying you wanted to lose weight?" Machichi's mother patted her with a smile. "Nyenji's crab sandwiches are delicious. You should learn from her." Gunyenji saw this and quickly placed the crab sandwich on her plate in front of Machichi's mother and said obediently, "Auntie, try this. It's clean. I haven't touched it." Machichi's mother turned around to see the longing in Gunyenji's large, bright eyes. She didn't know why, but her heart actually ached. She smiled as she took the crab sandwich from Gunyenji's small plate and took a big bite. Yes, Nyenji's crab sandwich is really delicious. No wonder Chi-Chi cried and shouted for my share. Yeah, it's so delicious. I'll snatch it even if I cry and scream. Ma Chi-Chi made a face at Gu Nianji and quickly finished the second crab sandwich in her hand. He licked his fingers and stared at the crab sandwich in his mother's hand, his eyes shining. When Ma Chi-Chi's mother saw this, she deliberately teased her. She held the crab sandwich in her hand and ate it with relish, constantly exclaiming, "Sigh, why is it so delicious? It would be great if Nianji was my daughter. Unfortunately, she's someone else's daughter. My daughter would never think of making sandwiches for me. She would only snatch them from me. It's just that comparing people to others is infuriating." Ma Chi-Chi was embarrassed. She stomped her feet and called out unwillingly, "Mom." Ma Chi-Chi's father smiled as he held Ma Chi-Chi's hand and said, "Your mother likes other people's daughters, and I like my own. We're even, ha 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 ha. Daddy is the best. I like Daddy the most." Ma Chi-Chi was so happy that she hugged her father's neck and jumped and shouted. She was already very tall, but Ma Chi-Chi's father was even taller. She jumped and jumped in front of her father like a child. "Old Ma. You've gone too far. Don't take the opportunity to drive a wedge between us." Ma Chi-Chi's mother chided her husband with a giggle. Ma Chi-Chi quickly hugged her mother again. "Mom, I like you too. I like them all." The family of three was happy and harmonious, and the atmosphere was wonderful. Gu Nianji had never seen a father, mother, and child's family being so harmonious. She was momentarily entranced by the sight of it. She thought, so this is what it feels like to have parents. She didn't have to worry that they wouldn't like her if she did something wrong. She didn't have to worry that they would look down on her if she didn't do her best. Their love came from the bottom of their hearts and didn't ask for anything in return. It was all for their children. She finally understood that there was a truly selfless love in this world. It was the love parents had for their children. Everyone had a father and a mother. What about his own parents? If they were by her side, would they be like Ma Chi-Chi's parents and spoil her without asking for permission? As she thought about it, her big, bright eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of mist and suddenly became hazy. He Ji-Chu saw it and felt a pang of sorrow. He walked to Gu Nianji's side and picked up his crab sandwich to feed her. He smiled and said, "You want to eat crab sandwiches, too? I ate half of them. If you don't mind, I'll give it all to you." His voice was cool and indifferent, but the words he just said had a rare gentle and compassionate tone. Gu Nianji looked up at him and couldn't help opening her mouth to take a bite. Hua Xiaoheng saw this and also brought his own crab sandwich over. He said, "I haven't eaten mine yet. Do you want some?" Gu Nianji saw him and seemed to come back to her senses. She blinked and said, "No, I don't want to eat. I'm full." "Okay, go back if you're full. It's already late." Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind and stuffed the crab sandwich on the small plate into his mouth. He finished it in a few bites. Yin Shixiang couldn't help coughing and said to Ma Chi-Chi, "Huh? Didn't you say there was cake? Where is it? Don't tell me you only remembered to eat crab sandwiches and forgot about our Nianji's birthday cake." "Oh. No, no." Ma Chi-Chi jumped up. "I'll go get the cake. Nianji, please don't leave." With that, he dashed towards the kitchen. Gu Nianji quickly said, "Chi-Chi, don't rush. Run slowly." Ma Chi-Chi's parents also sincerely asked them to stay. "Eat the cake before you go." Chi-Chi spent a lot of effort preparing it. Ma Chi-Chi's mother took out another red envelope and put it in Gu Nianji's hand. "Nianji, happy birthday. Have this day every year and every year." Gu Nianji accepted the red envelope and clutched it tightly in her hand. She kept saying, "Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie, don't mention it. Come over with Chi-Chi more often in the future. She's the only child in our family." She always says the house is too lonely. It'll be much livelier with you around. Machichi's mother saw that Gu Nianji was obedient and cute. She also heard that she was a straight-A student, so her impression of Gu Nianji improved. They could only rest assured being friends with a child like this. Machichi quickly brought over the birthday cake she had prepared for Gu Nianji. It was actually an ice cream cake. It was covered with a layer of snow-white cream and frosting. The words, "Happy Birthday," were written in simple cursive. Gu Nianji laughed and winked at Machichi. Ha! Ice cream cake. It's delicious. Actually, Machichi was the one who liked ice cream cake, but her mother said that it was too high in calories and didn't allow her to eat it. Therefore, although Machichi craved it, she never secretly ate it outside because she was a very obedient child. She promised her mother that she wouldn't eat ice cream cake. Even if it was outside where her mother couldn't see, she wouldn't eat it. However, it was still okay to use a classmate's birthday as an excuse to get some benefits for herself and eat it openly in front of her mother. Gu Nianji understood what she was thinking. Smiling, she picked up the long knife and cut the ice cream cake into pieces. She put a small plate over to everyone. Machichi ate the most and fought with Yin Shixiang over the food. The whole house was filled with the sound of her and Yin Shixiang's laughter. By the time they finished eating the ice cream cake, it was already 11 p.m. Hua Xiaoheng said to Machichi's parents, "Thank you for your hospitality today. Thank you for making Nianji's birthday dinner. It was very sumptuous. Mr. Hua, you're too kind. It was just a simple home-cooked meal." Mr. Hua's crab was the real highlight, Machichi's father said humorously. He nodded at Gu Nianji. "Nianji, come with Chi-Chi often in the future when you have time. Treat her like your own home." Gu Nianji's eyes reddened at Machichi's father's words. She forced herself not to reveal any strange expression and answered crisply, "Yes, uncle." On the way back, Machichi followed Gu Nianji out the front door. Yin Shixiang was forced to go forward by Hua Xiaoheng. He smiled at Machichi. "Chi-Chi, do you want to take my car? I'll take you back to school." Machichi's eyes lit up. She nodded instinctively. "Sure." She then remembered that she and Gu Nianji had both taken He Jichu's car. It was on the way, but she had to trouble Yin Shixiang again. That didn't seem like a good idea. Machichi turned to look at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji understood what she was thinking and pushed her with a smile. "Okay, you go take Brother Xiong's car. I'll take Professor He's car." She purposely said, "It'll be quieter without you. You chatter too much. It's too noisy." "What? I'm noisy." Machichi pointed at her own nose exaggeratedly. "I heard that someone has been a chatterbox since she was young." "Heard? Who did you hear that from?" "Ha." Gu Nianji pushed Machichi with a smile. "Okay, I know you guys can talk about anything. Go now." "Look, Brother Xiong's face is red." Yin Shixiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took Machichi's hand. "Let's go. My car is over there." He took Machichi to the car and sat in the passenger seat. He got into the driver's seat and quickly started the car. He drove away. Machichi held the hand Yin Shixiang had just held and thought, his hand is big and warm. Machichi didn't snap out of her daze until the car had driven some distance away. She looked back and asked curiously, "Huh? Where's Hua Xiao? Didn't you say Hua Xiao went out for business and gave you a ride?" This was Hua Xiao's car. Why did they drive it away? Yin Shixiang was speechless. Then he slapped his forehead exaggeratedly. "Oh no. I forgot Hua Xiao at your house. What should I do?" Machichi rolled her eyes at him and muttered, "I don't know what you're doing. How could you forget something like that?" Yin Shixiang quickly took out his phone to call Gu Nianji. He pretended to say, Nianji. Did you leave? Chi-Chi and I are leaving first. Hua Xiao, please take him back. Is that okay? This is the first update. It's the third update today. A reminder to everyone, don't forget your recommendation tickets. The monthly tickets are 8,900 plus updates at 1 p.m. and the third update at 7 p.m. It's the last 2 days of the month. The double monthly tickets are continuing. Do you still have monthly tickets? P.S. Thank you Enigmayanxi for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Oh right, do you prefer to update several updates at once or update 3 times a day? Chapter 754. By the time Gu Nianji received Yin Shixiang's call, Hua Xiaoheng was already in He Zhichu's car. She regretted sitting in He Zhichu's passenger seat just now. Then she wouldn't have to sit with Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't feel anything else but awkwardness. She turned her head to look out the window and chuckled at Yin Shixiang. She said faintly, Brother Xiong, how dare you forget about your chief? Do you think I'm stupid? Yin Shixiang chuckled. Nianji, don't expose the truth. Also, the chief understands that it's not easy for an old leftover man like me. You should understand too, right? You, an old leftover man. Gu Nianji burst out laughing. Brother Xiong, you're really good at making up stories. She gradually calmed down. She hung up and turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng sitting on the other side. Hua Xiao, Brother Xiong asked us to take you back. Where are you going? Hua Xiaoheng propped his head on his hand and leaned against the window. He replied calmly, to your school. To my school. Gu Nianji was speechless. Why are you going to my school so late? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Big Xiong took Chi-Chi back to school. I'm going to wait for him there. Gu Nianji replied with an oh and called Yin Shixiang again. Brother Xiong, Hua Xiao asked you to wait for him at my school. Yin Shixiang acknowledged and secretly sent Hua Xiaoheng a text to ask if that was the case. Hua Xiaoheng casually replied, yes, and put his phone away. He Zhichu sat in the front driving and felt indescribably frustrated. He really wanted to stop on the side of the road and ask Gu Nianji to sit in front. Or maybe he should ask Gu Nianji to sit in front right now. It seemed to be against traffic rules and wasn't very safe. He coughed and turned on the car stereo. Debussy's Moonlight instantly flowed out like water. The melodious melody had a soothing effect. Gu Nianji leaned her head against the window and stared at the scenery outside in a daze. Her eyes were wide open. From his angle, Hua Xiaoheng could even see the rows of street lights reflected in her pupils. It was like a sky full of stars were in her eyes. It was obvious that Gu Nianji was still immersed in the happy life of Ma Chi-Chi's family. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it expressionlessly and said, Chi-Chi's family is really not bad. I can tell that her parents are decent people and love their children very much. Gu Nianji, however, there are also some parents who don't have deep feelings for their children. To them, their children are just tools or missions. Once they complete them, everything will be fine. What is he talking about? Gu Nianji couldn't help but glance at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't looking at her. Instead, he was looking in the direction of his car window. Gu Nianji could only see the outline of his handsome profile and the perfect curve of his jaw. There are also parents who don't care about their children at all, but when their children grow up, they make all sorts of demands on them. They want their children to do anything they can to repay their kindness. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was very low, and it was accompanied by the sound of the piano that sounded like a mountain spring. It had a different kind of charm to it. Gu Nianji frowned and was about to retort when He Zhichu, who was driving, also spoke. Hua Xiao has a point. Nianji, Qiqi's parents are already very good parents. Most parents aren't that good. I've been a lawyer for so many years, and I've seen many irresponsible and unimaginable parents. There was once a very rich man in the United States who made a will before he died. He left all of his inheritance to the children of his later wife, including the children of that wife and her ex-husband. However, he didn't share a single cent with his biological children from his ex-wife. There was also a mother who pimped out her biological daughter so that she could earn money to pay off her gambling debts. Gu Nianji was speechless. So these two people saw that she was envious of Qiqi's parents today, so they came to educate her about how many unreliable parents there were in this world. Gu Nianji silently knelt before these two people. Who wanted to listen to such negative things? It wasn't like she didn't know, she sighed and said weakly. I understand. I was just feeling emotional for a moment. Actually, even without parents, I've grown up, and... She glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. If she didn't use the standards of lovers to measure him, he was indeed flawless to her. He Zhichu had no choice but to agree with Hua Xiaoheng. He felt uncomfortable all over. However, he had to agree because he didn't want Gu Nianji to be stubborn. Gu Nianji suddenly thought of Hua Xiaoheng and He Zhichu's situation. Hua Xiaoheng didn't need to be mentioned. Although he had biological parents, his father was unreliable, and his mother devoted herself to scientific research. He was raised by his grandmother. As for paternal and maternal love, he probably didn't enjoy much of it. Of course, his parents were by his side, and Auntie Song undoubtedly loved Hua Xiao a lot. However, Auntie Song and Auntie Ma were two completely different types of people, so they couldn't be compared. However, Gu Nianji liked them both. She wanted to be someone who could be independent like Auntie Song, but she also wanted to have a mother like Auntie Ma. Was she being too greedy? Gu Nianji's fingers gently tapped the window to the rhythm of the piano. She looked at He Zhichu, who was driving diagonally in front of her. She vaguely remembered He Zhichu mentioning once that his mother passed away when he was 10 years old. He was raised by his father himself. His father didn't remarry for more than 10 years because of him. It wasn't until He Zhichu was almost 30 that his father married the confidant who had always been by his side. Gu Nianji gradually calmed down when she thought of this. Okay, they weren't from families like Ma Qiqi's, so they could understand each other, right? However, Gu Nianji still felt that they were different from her. Regardless of whether their parents truly loved them or not, they all knew who their parents were and where their roots were. Gu Nianji was different. She didn't remember her parents, her hometown, or her childhood, so her sense of insecurity and desire for maternal love were deeper than theirs. She had to graduate quickly. After graduation, she could be independent as soon as possible and begin her journey to find her mother. She couldn't rely on others. Gu Nianji thought about it vaguely. Slowly, drowsiness overtook her, and she leaned against the window to sleep. It had been an exhausting day. Even someone as energetic as her felt mentally and physically exhausted. Hua Xiaoheng didn't hear her speak for a while. He sensed that her breathing was calm and light, like she was asleep. He turned to see that she was indeed asleep. However, her head was leaning against the window, and her arms were tightly wrapped around his chest as she curled up in the corner. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed. He sat over and pulled Gu Nianji over to let her lean against his shoulder. Gu Nianji was sleeping soundly when she felt a familiar scent in her dreams. She couldn't help leaning over to find a comfortable position. She heard the familiar sound of a heartbeat. It was the best lullaby, and she slept even more soundly. Hua Xiaoheng looked down to see Gu Nianji, who had fallen asleep clutching his shirt from his shoulder to his chest. His lips curled into a slight smile. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her like that and let her rest on his chest. They slept all the way to the dormitory. He Jichu saw it from the rearview mirror. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gripped the steering wheel, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Yin Shixiang had arrived a long time ago. After Ma Chichi went up, he waited there alone. It was already past midnight, and there weren't many people on campus. Yin Shixiang didn't have to wait long before he saw He Jichu's car drive over and park below the dormitory. The door opened, and Hu Xiaoheng got out of the car. He then turned around and reached into the car to carry someone out. He Jichu also got out of the car and called out to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, this isn't good, right? Hu Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and glanced at him. What's not good about it? Nianji is asleep. It's only a few steps. Just wake her up. He Jichu walked over with a cold expression and called out, Nianji, wake up. His voice seemed to explode in her ear. Gu Nianji opened her eyes in a daze and quickly felt something was wrong. She struggled to stand up. She vaguely remembered that she seemed to have leaned against Hu Xiaoheng to sleep in the car. She suddenly felt very ashamed and didn't even look up. Professor He, thank you for driving me back. Good night. After saying that, he turned around and ran into the dormitory building. He Jichu didn't say anything. He texted Gu Nianji to rest well and drove away. Yin Shixiang finally walked over and said with a smile, Hu Xiao, can we go back now? Hu Xiaoheng didn't even look at him and extended his hand. Keys. Yin Shixiang placed the car keys in his hand and followed him into the car. They left the B University campus and returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. The next day was Monday. Both Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi had morning classes. The two of them woke up at 7 o'clock and hurriedly finished their breakfast. Then, they carried their bags and rushed to their respective classrooms. On Monday, on the B University campus, students faced the rising sun and raced against the clock. They were full of fighting spirit. However, the world outside the campus wasn't as calm and peaceful. The news of the new First Lady being taken away by the Procuratorate on Prime Minister Tan's first day in office spread like a storm from Weibo to reality. Everyone, both online and offline, was paying attention to this major news. Tan Dongbang and his staff discussed it all night and finally decided to have a lawyer go to the Procuratorate to bring Kai Songyin back early the next morning. The legal reasoning they used was that the Procuratorate didn't have a court subpoena and couldn't set up a private courtroom to detain someone. If it was to assist in the investigation, a lawyer had to be present and couldn't be forced. The time couldn't exceed 12 hours. Tan Guiren cried all night and didn't fall asleep until the sun rose. Tan Dongbang couldn't care about her at this time. He only hoped that Tan Guiren would be obedient while he was under pressure. He had just sat down in his office when he received an internal call saying that Miss Gu Yanran was requesting to see Prime Minister Tan. She also brought the latest news about Mrs. Tan. Gu Yanran didn't come alone. She brought Yi Xian. Yi Xian had watched Kai Songyin's incident from beginning to end last night. He later told Gu Yanran that there was a very powerful computer expert among the people who messed with Kai Songyin. This is the second update. The monthly votes have been delivered at 8,900 plus updates. It's the third update today. Remind everyone not to forget your recommendation votes. The third update was at 7 p.m. There were only 2 days left until the end of the month. The double monthly votes were continuing. Do you still have monthly votes? P.S. Okay, the initial plan is to try it out tomorrow night. The updates will be released at about 10 or 15 minutes past 12. You don't have to stay up late to wait. You can watch it as soon as you wake up in the morning. Mwah. Chapter 755. This was truly a case of the expert observing the artistry, while the layman enjoying the show. Yesterday, the netizens online had only seen a big drama of magical realism. However, many computer experts also discovered that there was an invisible hand manipulating the situation behind the scenes. They expressed their professional opinions on Weibo. There was a team of computer experts behind the entire incident, and the team members coordinated methodically. There were so many searches, so many resources, as well as the amount of computing power needed to mine the IP, as well as the equipment requirements. All of this means that this wasn't a coincidence. It was a premeditated, planned, and executed cyber hacking that took a long time to plan and invest a large amount of manpower and resources. There are only a few organizations like this in the entire world. Let's wait and see which hacker organization will claim responsibility for this incident. Gu Yanran brought Yi Xian to Tan Dongbang's official residence. She didn't have enough eyes to take in everything on the way there. The famous number 32 Willow Alley, a place she had never been able to enter, had now opened its doors for her. She raised her head slightly and wore a reserved smile as she leisurely walked down the long hallway to Tan Dongbang's office. There were 2 staff members standing at the door. When they saw them enter, one of them leaned over to push open the office's thick, dark brown oak door. Gu Yanran smiled and said, "Thank you," before leading Yi Xian inside. Yi Xian's expression was calm from beginning to end, as though nothing there could surprise him. Gu Yanran was quite satisfied with his attitude and introduced him to Tan Dongbang with a smile. "This is Yi Xian. He's a computer expert." Tan Dongbang extended his hand to Yi Xian. "Hello." Yi Xian shook his hand and smiled. "Prime Minister Tan, I didn't expect you to look younger than on TV." I'm joking. Tan Dongbang wasn't in the mood to exchange pleasantries, so he asked Gu Yanran directly, "You said there's a computer expert. What's going on?" Gu Yanran nudged Yi Xian. "Go ahead and explain it to Prime Minister Tan." Yi Xian nodded and took out his laptop from the briefcase he was carrying to demonstrate to Prime Minister Tan. "I was watching this incident last night and was curious at the time. I looked up the IP address of the Long Weibo account, but I didn't expect that even with my abilities, I could only find it in a French library." Tan Dongbang was very disappointed. He frowned and said, "Our people also found out about this. That's not all. His IP address was heavily disguised. I used some tricks and finally found out that his transfer was done directly through the Nanda satellite." Yi Xian's words were the main point. Prime Minister Tan, who can directly connect through the satellite and disguise the IP address. There aren't many people like that, right? Yi Xian's words almost directly pointed out that the alternate account was an insider. Tan Dongbang had long suspected that someone from the inside was against him. Otherwise, how could they have investigated their affairs so thoroughly? Yi Xian's words were exactly what he wanted, so his attitude became much warmer. He even called the staff over to ask Yi Xian and Gu Yanran if they wanted tea or coffee. Yi Xian ordered coffee, Gu Yanran ordered tea, and Tan Dongbang also ordered tea. They also asked the staff to send some snacks over, and the 3 of them ate as they chatted. During lunch, Gu Yanji scrolled through Weibo on her phone. When she saw the judgment of the computer experts on Weibo, she could not help but be speechless. How skilled did they have to be able to determine that her actions yesterday were a team effort? She was obviously the one who wanted to cause trouble on a whim, so she went against Mrs. Tan and Kai Songin's press release. These people really knew how to clean up the mess. The corners of Gu Yanji's lips curled up into a mocking smile. She logged onto her own Weibo and used another alternate account to comment. "Computer experts, if you determine that it was a team effort, can you cover up the fact that the Prime Minister's wife misappropriated campaign funds, used high-quality counterfeit patented jewelry, and allowed her daughter to wear stolen jewelry? Where are your morals? They've been eaten by dogs." Ma Chichi quickly followed up. "This is a good job of cleaning up the mess. I give the computer experts 99 points. 1 point less is because I don't want you to get arrogant. Her Weibo post was quickly pushed to the top. Even passers-by expressed that they could not let the hackers have their way. Hacker organization. These people's imagination is better than their computer skills. Ma Chichi covered her mouth and laughed happily. Gu Nianji glanced at her and whispered, Prime Minister Tan and the others will definitely not let this go. You should calm down and not spill the beans to anyone. Although she was not afraid of them, the various troubles that would come from this would still give her a headache, so she wanted to avoid it as much as possible. I know. Do I need you to tell me? Also, how did yesterday's incident develop to such a dramatic conclusion? To be honest, I'm also confused. So don't worry. Even if someone tries to get information out of me, they won't be able to get anything out of me because I don't even know what happened myself. Ma Chichi giggled as she finished her lunch in big bites. Then, she went back to her room to sleep. Gu Nianji looked at Weibo for a while more before logging out. The Huaxia Imperial Supreme Procuratorate department responsible for supervising the election was called the Campaign Office. It was located on the highest floor of the Supreme Procuratorate building. Kai Song-yin had been brought there for questioning last night. She and Tan Dongbang were not ignorant fools. It was just that she had lived like a princess for many years and was bossy and arrogant, so she was not used to the environment there. Naturally, she did not say a word and kept repeating, I want to see my lawyer. The Procuratorate had interrogated her for an entire night but had not been able to pry her mouth open, so they felt very vexed. Meanwhile, the team of lawyers sent by the Tans had also arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Procuratorate and were holding a press conference at the main entrance. Hello, friends from the media. We are not here today to talk about benefits or build relationships. We are here for an innocent citizen of the empire who has been implicated. Although my client is the wife of the Prime Minister, she is first and foremost a citizen and enjoys the rights that a citizen should have. The reporter the Tans had found was Jean Wani, a lawyer from the JD law firm. She was no longer the small lawyer that people used to use as a shield. She was now a lawyer who could take charge of matters on her own. Her hair was combed short and she was wearing Issey Miyake's latest business suit. She wore heels that were almost 3 inches high. Soon, the news of Jean Wani holding a press conference for her client, Kai Song-yin, at the main entrance of the Supreme Procuratorate immediately spread like wildfire on Weibo. The video of the press conference was being shared everywhere. When Gu Nianji was bored in class, she couldn't help but take out her phone to check the latest situation. When she saw Jean Wani's video, Gu Nianji's hand paused. If she remembered correctly, this woman had been intimate with Brother Xiong for a period of time. This was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Remind everyone not to forget your recommendation votes. The third watch at 7 p.m. It was the last 2 days of the month, and the double monthly votes were continuing. Do you still have monthly votes? P.S. I'm talking about tomorrow night, which is Monday's update. It will be released in the wee hours. I'll give it a try and see how it goes. The update on Sunday would still be at the same time. You don't have to stay up late to wait. You can watch it the first thing you do when you wake up. Mwah. Chapter 756. The last time she interacted with Jean Wani, Su Piaohong was still bouncing around her and Hua Xiaoheng. She was so full of fighting spirit at that time and wouldn't let go of Hua Xiaoheng. Do Qingyan and Su Piaohong were all chased away by her, but it was useless. Now she still broke up with Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji didn't care about the marriage certificate at all. To her, it was a piece of paper that could be invalidated at any time. Gu Nianji's emotions were complicated after she snapped out of her thoughts. She sighed and forwarded the video to Yin Shixiang. In less than a minute, Yin Shixiang texted her back. There was nothing else, just a question mark. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile and typed 3 words, Jin Wani. In Xixiang. Did she not remember or was she playing dumb? Gu Nianji pouted and sent a ha before ignoring In Xixiang. In Xixiang looked at Gu Nianji's haha on his phone and felt uncomfortable all over. He looked at Jin Wani on the video and thought about Gu Nianji's attitude. He couldn't help thinking that if it was Chi-Chi, she wouldn't have said half of what she wanted to say, but when he thought about Ma Chi-Chi, he suddenly understood what Gu Nianji meant by ha. Oh no, this girl wouldn't think there was something going on between him and Jin Wani, would she? If she told Ma Chi-Chi about this, should she explain? Should she explain? Should she explain? After thinking about it for a while, In Xixiang sighed and surrendered to Gu Nianji. He sent her a text message, Little Grandaunt, I was wrong. Seeing the text, Gu Nianji smiled and replied, It's good to know your mistakes and correct them. This matter was considered over. In Xixiang and Jin Wani probably hadn't really developed anything, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. It was fine if there was some ambiguity between adult men and women. Without ambiguity, how could there be a follow-up? Because there were too few opportunities for love at first sight, couldn't he let everyone test it out? It was fine as long as it didn't cross the line. Because of Gu Nianji's video, In Xixiang also began to pay attention to the Supreme Procurator's progress. He went to report to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, the Tan sent a lawyer to the Procuratorate to demand for her. Hu Xiaoheng said without looking up, if the Procuratorate hasn't completed the procedures after one night, I think the Prosecutor General will have to be replaced. In Xixiang was stunned, huh? You know everything. Yeah, I don't know anything. Hu Xiaoheng looked up from his computer and asked calmly, why are you interested in the Tan's lawyer? Is it because of Jin Wani? In Xixiang almost knelt down. Who said Hu Xiao and Nianji were not a couple? Come at me. I'll beat you to death. The two of them even focused on the same thing. Of course not. In Xixiang scratched his head. But why do you all think that I would pay attention to Jin Wani? You don't know. Hu Xiaoheng scolded him coldly. If you don't know, it seems like the special forces training isn't intense enough. In Xixiang quickly stood up straight and said loudly, reporting to Chief, I was wrong. Nothing is better than being able to correct one's mistakes. You may leave. Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand to dismiss him. In Xixiang heard this and thought of the text Gu Nianji had sent him. He almost knelt down again and wanted to ask, Chief, are you monitoring my phone? Of course, he wouldn't dare ask even if he had 100 guts. In Xixiang didn't even dare to look up as he left Hu Xiaoheng's office. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at the door and shook his head. What did the special forces do? It was intelligence work that involved observing people's words and expressions every day. What did you mean by telling me that you couldn't understand a woman who admired you? You must be kidding me. In Xixiang returned to his office and sat down. His back was soaked in cold sweat. He could swear that he didn't have any feelings for Jin Wani, but he knew very well that Jin Wani didn't have any feelings for him. However, he hadn't explicitly rejected her, mostly because he didn't have any bad feelings for her. That was why he would go out once out of 3 times she asked him out. They would go to a movie, go to the bookstore, play ball, go hiking, so it turned out that many people had unknowingly seen them as a couple. Thinking about it this way, In Xixiang also felt a little wronged. It was just a normal relationship between a man and a woman. Jin Wani hadn't said a word about liking him, so what could he do? Tell her that she didn't like him. Wouldn't Jin Wani look at him as if he was an idiot? Then she would say to him, which eye of yours saw me say that I liked you? If it had been in the past, Yin Xixiang would have retorted confidently, what's wrong? Can't I follow Jin Wani? But now, he didn't have that much confidence. Why? It was as if there was a trace of worry in his heart. He would subconsciously feel that if he flirted with another woman, he would let someone down. Yin Shixiang sat in his seat with a knot in his stomach. Later, he felt that this didn't suit his personality, so he wiped his face and turned on the wall-mounted TV in the office to watch. He was still watching the live broadcast at the entrance of the procuratorate. At this time, Jean Wani had already led the legal team in. They were probably negotiating with the people from the procuratorate. On the TV, the live broadcast TV anchors saw that everyone had gone in, so they invited various legal experts to discuss the case. The legal experts discussed whether the procuratorate had the power to bypass the court to arrest people, and whether Kai Song-yin's status as the prime minister's wife gave her immunity. Yin Shixiang wasn't a legal expert, so he wasn't interested in these things. However, he used his phone to record a portion of the experts' discussion and send it to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had just finished class and was packing her things as she put her laptop into her laptop bag. Seeing the video Yin Shixiang sent, Gu Nianji pouted. These legal experts were all lying through their teeth. It wasn't that they didn't have the ability, nor was it that their professional skills weren't good enough. It was because they had a relationship of interest, so they were lying. Logically speaking, these people were all well-known scholars in the university and experts who had written a lot of legal works. Why would they say something that even a law student like her wouldn't accept? There was no other reason. They had probably been bribed by the Tans to intentionally divert attention and clear Kai Song-yin's illegal behavior. Then again, were there no impartial legal experts? Of course there were, but these people weren't invited to appear on TV. These people who were invited were obviously speaking up for Kai Song-yin and, in other words, Prime Minister Tan's family. Thinking about it carefully, it was obvious that Tan Dongbang was able to be elected because there were many people supporting him. How could he be taken down as soon as he took office? There would definitely be a counterattack. Gu Nianji had already calmed down after understanding the cause and effect. Also, why were these people discussing whether the Prime Minister's wife had immunity? She had only heard of diplomats having diplomatic immunity in other countries, and the President of the United States having the right to exempt others when he left office. She had never heard of any high-ranking officials in the Xia Empire having immunity. Were they trying to set a precedent so everyone could follow the rules in the future? Gu Nianji shook her head and turned off her phone to go to the cafeteria for dinner. After dinner, she returned to the dormitory. Gu Nianji felt a bit tired and didn't plan on going out to study. She stayed in the dormitory to review her homework. Ma Qiqi, on the other hand, went to study at night and didn't come back until 10 p.m. As soon as she came back, she called out loudly, "Nianji! Nianji! Are you in your room?" Gu Nianji poked her head out of her room and asked with confusion, "Yes, what is it?" "Did you watch TV?" "The TV was discussing Kai Song-yin's case just now." "Did you know? The lawyer hired by the Tans has already taken Kai Song-yin back from the procuratorate." Ma Qiqi waved her arms angrily. "Tell me, how could they do this? They're still discussing it." Gu Nianji was shocked. They had already discussed it all day, but it still hadn't stopped. Yes, these people are really something. Ma Qiqi pulled her to the living room to watch TV. "Look, I recognize this fat legal expert. He's the dean of the Z University Faculty of Law. He's always been at odds with our school and has always been unhappy that their faculty's ranking is lower than ours. Now it's their turn to show their faces." Gu Nianji finally looked closely at the legal expert on TV who had cleared the Tan's name. She was relieved to find out that none of the legal experts on the TV station were from the B University Faculty of Law. From the looks of it, the statement that the B University Faculty of Law represented the pinnacle of the Xia Empire's legal world did make some sense. "Our faculty's teachers and seniors probably don't want to get involved in this mess," Gu Nianji said thoughtfully. No, maybe they're quietly watching these people act all high and mighty. Ma-Chi-Chi put her hands on her hips and pointed at the TV seriously. Gu Nianji snickered. Well said, but I don't want to watch them act all high and mighty anymore. Let's go expose them, okay? Expose? You want to cause trouble again? Ma-Chi-Chi was excited. Hurry up, hurry up. It's not that I want to cause trouble again. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she stood up. It's that these people have gone too far and are treating the audience like fools. Gu Nianji walked into her room and tested a few small apps on her phone that she had installed long ago. These apps could help her make internet calls while hiding her real IP address. In order to achieve her goal of confusing the other party, Gu Nianji planned to use the fixed IP of 32 Willow Alley to disguise herself. That way, even if the other party had a particularly powerful expert, they would only be able to find the fixed IP of 32 Willow Alley, which was the office of the Prime Minister. You can check further down. Walking out of the room, Gu Nianji handed her phone to Ma-Chi-Chi. Here, Chi-Chi, be the child who reveals the Emperor's new clothes. God will bless you with everything you want. She winked at her as she showed Ma-Chi-Chi a paragraph she had written on her laptop. Ma-Chi-Chi understood what she meant and thought about it for a moment before finding the main point. Political programs on TV usually had a segment where the audience called and discussed with the experts and the host. Ma-Chi-Chi used this opportunity to call in. The microphone on Gu Nianji's phone could change her voice. When Ma-Chi-Chi called, it was a young man's voice. She said to the host and the legal experts present, I'm a normal audience member. I'm very disappointed in your program and the experts. First of all, the procuratorate didn't arrest anyone. They only asked Kai Songyin to go back and assist in the investigation. May I ask what your program and experts mean by distorting normal working procedures into arrest? Secondly, there has never been such a thing as immunity in our country. Yet, the Dean of Z University's Faculty of Law, who flaunts the righteousness of the law, could say such blatant words for the powerful to bully others. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Gu Nianji knew that Ma-Chi-Chi's paragraph would definitely be cut out by the TV station, so she directly recorded it and uploaded it on her alternate account. She had so many alternate accounts, so any one of them would be enough to confuse the public. She guessed correctly. Kai Songyin's case was very popular. The TV station didn't expect this. Even if they cut out the part where Ma-Chi-Chi called in, many people still heard it. Also, Gu Nianji uploaded the video of the TV station to Weibo, and it quickly went viral. Therefore, the image of the Dean of the Z University Faculty of Law with a fat head and big ears became a meme. It was a big, fierce-looking face with the words, "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Below it was written, "This is the worst time my conscience has ever been smeared." This was the first episode of 3,500 words. Today was the last day of April. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. The monthly votes were 9,400 plus episodes at 1 p.m., and the third episode at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Bagel16, _sing, and Bookfriend 20170416213030180 for each tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 757. The emoticon, "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" went viral on the internet. Even the TV stations did not expect it. The Dean of Z University's Faculty of Law issued a stern warning on Weibo to those who used and spread the emoticons, saying that they had violated his image rights. He also said that he would send a lawyer's letter to the person who made the emoticons, saying that it was slander. As soon as this Weibo post came out, the netizens were dumbfounded. Everyone had been using emoticons for so many years, but they had never seen something like this. Is this really illegal? Of course, there was no such thing. There were so many celebrities who had been made into memes. If this was really an infringement, would the court be able to sue them? Moreover, would those celebrities give up such a great opportunity to become rich and famous? Even if you used your knees to think, it would be impossible. After this Weibo post came out, legal professionals quickly came up to explain to everyone. Many of them were B University's law students. They left a comment under the Weibo account of the Dean of Z University's Faculty of Law, citing only one legal clause. When a public figure chooses to appear in public, his or her image is considered a public product, and he or she is not allowed to object to others taking photos or using them for dissemination. In other words, if the dean of the law department did not go to the TV station to be an expert and record a program, then it was indeed illegal to use his private photo as a meme package. It violated his portrait rights. However, the original picture that everyone used to make the emoji package was a screenshot of the law department's public broadcast on the television. This was considered a public product, and it had already lost its status as the subject of personal portrait rights. Furthermore, they could not object to others remaking it. In other words, you can't become a public figure to gain fame and fortune, but at the same time, you want everyone to treat you like an ordinary citizen and protect your fragile heart. Public figures have their own pressures and costs. When the dean of the Faculty of Law saw that everyone was commenting on his Weibo, he finally couldn't take it anymore. He quietly deleted his Weibo post that threatened to send a lawyer's letter, and at the same time, logged off his Weibo account. However, because of this incident, his image was greatly affected. After careful consideration, Senior Colonel Z decided to remove him from his position as the head of the law department. Kai Song-in's case hadn't even started yet, but a legal expert had quietly fallen from grace. Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi followed the progress of the case and thought it was amazing. Chichi, how many people do you think will be affected by this case? It's up to them. If you win, you'll gain both fame and fortune. If you lose, you'll have to pay the price. As the Tan family's lawyer, Jean Wani was very dedicated to the case. She had done a great job by bringing Kai Song-in back from the procuratorate. But the case wasn't over yet. Prime Minister Tan, your wife's case is more complicated. Currently, the most important case is the embezzlement of your campaign funds. If you're not careful, this case could implicate you. Jean Wani cautiously reminded Tan Dongbang. She looked at the dispirited Kai Song-in and then at Tan Dongbang, whose face was full of heartache. She stood up and said, "You and your wife should have a good discussion. I'll head back first." After Jean Wani left, Tan Dongbang immediately closed the office door and walked over to Kai Song-in. "Song-in, you've worked hard." "They didn't do anything." Kai Song. Kai shook. Kai said, teet. Shook. Have said. Hut. Shook, Jean of have ye. Of also got. I said have deans. Tan Dongbang hugged Kai Song-in and patted her back. "Little darling is very worried about you. Do you want to go back and see her?" Did you scare her? This child has never seen anything like this. She better not be traumatized. Should I take her to see a psychiatrist? Kai Song-in's heart ached at the thought of Tan Guiren. Yes, he was a little scared. He hasn't come out of his room for the whole day. As Tan Dongbang spoke, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out to see it was a call from Gu Yenran. He quickly swiped it open to answer. "Hello, Miss Gu." Gu Yenran replied, "Prime Minister Tan, I'm almost at the Prime Minister's official residence. I heard that Madam is back." "Is that true?" "Yes, I just got back." "Do you want to talk to her?" Tan Dongbang said as he passed the phone to Kai Song-in. "It's Gu Yenran." Gu Yanran. Kai Song-yin frowned. Why would I answer her call in my current condition? She wholeheartedly wants to help you. Tan Dongbang saw that Kai Song-yin had misunderstood Gu Yanran, so he quickly explained for her. Everyone was avoiding you that night. She was the only one who came to ask what happened. Later, she brought a computer expert to help us investigate the origins of those Weibo secondary accounts. She helped us a lot. Kai Song-yin only answered the phone when she heard Tan Dongbang say that. Hello. Gu Yanran heard Kai Song-yin's voice and was very happy. Mrs. Tan. You're back. That's great. Kai Song-yin's lips twitched as she replied listlessly, yeah, I just got back not long ago. Thank you for your concern. Mrs. Tan, you're being too polite. Gu Yanran quickly expressed her loyalty. Don't be so polite. I'll be there soon. We can discuss your case. I have some news to tell you. Kai Song-yin still felt warm and comfortable at Gu Yanran's enthusiasm. Her voice softened. Okay, thank you. Not long after, Gu Yanran arrived at the door of Prime Minister Tan's office. However, she didn't go in this time. Instead, she said, Prime Minister Tan, I'm looking for your wife for a private matter. How about we go back to your home to talk? Tan Dongbang thought about it and agreed. Miss Gu is very thoughtful. Let's go home and talk. In other words, they would go back to their personal residential area at the Prime Minister's official residence. Privacy was better there. Tan Dongbang knew that even if surveillance was required, personal residences couldn't be monitored. They returned to Tan Dongbang and Kai Song-yin's room at the Prime Minister's official residence. As soon as Gu Yanran walked in, she was stunned by the luxury and exquisiteness of the room. The astonishment in her eyes flashed, but it quickly disappeared in her gentle smile. Kai Song-yin invited her to sit down and personally made a cup of coffee for her. Mrs. Tan, you're too kind. Gu Yanran bowed and accepted the coffee. She glanced at Tan Dongbang, who was sitting to the side. Prime Minister Tan, Mrs. Tan, I came here this time to talk to you about something. Miss Gu, please go ahead. Gu Yanran took out a document from her little sachet. This is a letter of authorization from the Xia family in France. I spent $1 million to buy the rights to use the appearance of this sapphire teardrop pendant diamond necklace from the Xia family. Therefore, the high-quality imitation jewelry is real, but it's not a copyright infringement. In other words, this was an act of authorization. Oh. Really? Kai Song-yin was pleasantly surprised. How could I accept that? I've made you spend so much money. She opened the document and began to read it carefully. There were 3 documents, one in French, one in English, and one in Mandarin. Kai Song-yin's French and English were very good, so she was able to read all 3 documents. After she finished reading, she was very shocked. $1 million is actually just for the rights to use the appearance of a piece of jewelry. Yes, there's also a serial number. Gu Yanran pointed at the string of numbers on the document. This represents the identity certificate of your necklace. It's also valuable. Tan Dongbang also read the document, and his expression was very conflicted. I didn't think the Xia family would be so good at doing business. It's really beyond my expectations. Even the appearance of a necklace had to be patented, and no one was allowed to copy it. If they wanted to copy it, they would have to discuss the rights to use it with them. Prime Minister Tan, the Xias usually don't issue this kind of certificate. This time, they specifically gave me this because of my father, and they only asked for a friendship price. Gu Yanran's carefree attitude toward $1 million left a deep impression on Tan Dongbang and Kai Song-yin. It wasn't like they hadn't seen money before, and their net worth was more than 10 times that $1 million. But even for them, it was still very difficult to easily take out $1 million as a favor. $1 million is only a friendship price. Kai Song-in only wanted to chuckle. Gu Yanran continued, also, that necklace is my birthday present to you. Look at the date of use of this patent. It's your birthday. Gu Yanran had spent a lot of effort to buy this certificate from the Sieyes. That was because the Sieyes had originally refused, and they didn't care about the dignity of the Hua Xia Empire's new First Lady. They only said that there would be a price to pay for infringement. Later, Gu Yanran had to transfer one of her father's patents to obtain this certificate from the Sieyes. The Sieyes said that $1 million was a friendship price, so it really was a friendship price. That was because compared to the value of the patent that Gu Yanran had given up, the $1 million was only a front for outsiders to see. This was the second update, and the monthly votes were 9,400 plus updates. Today was the last day of April, so my dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Don't worry, my dear friends, if there are more votes, I will continue to repay the debt and update in May 7 p.m., the third update. Mwah. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.